Good morning. Welcome to the September State Board of Education meeting. We so appreciate Pine Bluff District, the Convention Center, and the city for hosting our board here today. We were able to visit some schools this morning, and couldn't start the day off better by visiting 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds at the school here in town. It was amazing to see the teachers and meet many of the students who are working so hard. We appreciate you all coming out here today. I know there are a few elected officials in the room, if you wouldn't mind standing. Thank you for coming out today. We are going to start our meeting with a moment of silence. Thank you. And now I would like to introduce Superintendent Jennifer Barbary as she welcomes us. Thank you for allowing us to be here today.
Good morning. Thank you so much, Board. So what a day. Welcome to Pine Bluff State Board of Education, Secretary Oliva, and all of our guests. Thank you for being here to support us today. On behalf of everyone, I'd like to welcome you to our city. We are thrilled that you chose today to be here with us. We're so excited about this opportunity to talk with you. I'd like to thank our mayor, Ms. Shirley Washington, and our city council members who secured the Pine Bluff Convention Center so that we could host this for us today. If any of our city council members are here with us today, would you please stand? I'm not sure. City council? Yeah? Any elected officials? You are already introduced, so thank you so much to our elected officials and our council members that are here today. And last but certainly not least, before we get started, I'd like to recognize 7 individuals that have worked very hard for this day. And so I'd like for our Pine Bluff School District Limited Authority Board to please stand. Thank you so much. And this morning, you're going to get the pleasure to see and hear some of our very talented students as we have our Pine Bluff High School Color Guard will present the colors. We have Cortland Reed and Casey Givens that are going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, and we have Mr. Danny Johnson that's going to sing our national anthem. So thank you, and there you go.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, and liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light light was so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, all the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does the star-spangled banner yet wave in all the land of the free and the home of the brave?
You may be seated. Thank you. That was amazing. Thank you to the students that participated. You did a fantastic job. Now to start, are there any changes to the agenda? Great. We're going to start with our first agenda item, the Pine Bluff School District. I believe Ms. Stacy Smith is going to come speak first. And just to let everyone know, we're going to have a couple of presentations, and then after that point, we will have public comment. So if you did sign up to speak, we will be asking you to speak after the presentations. Thank you.
Good morning, Stacy Smith, Deputy Commissioner, with Sheila Whitlow, Associate Deputy Commissioner, who tried to sit in the back of the room, and I told her she couldn't. She had to come on up. This is an exciting day, and I hope that this morning when you were on your tours, you saw some things that gave you hope for this community and for this school district, and I hope you saw evidence that they are heading in the right direction. This has been a long time coming. Yesterday we were having a work session and we mentioned 5 years. You guys have been here for this journey, and so you know some of the ups and downs that we have had. I'm quickly going to, the clicker doesn't work, so I'll be saying next on the slides for the folks who are operating the slides for us, but I'm going to quickly kind of give you an overview of the last kind of 5 years and a breakdown, and then get specifically into the exit criteria, and then we will let the district present some things to you as well. Okay, so on this very first slide here, the district was put in state authority in 2018 and 19. They were first identified in fiscal distress in September of 2018, and then the appointed superintendent came back to the board and requested additional support for level 5 because we identified that there was much more going on than just the fiscal. So that first year there was a reduction in force. There was lots of literacy audits and curriculum audits to try to figure out where we were. At that time, there was a mixed match of curriculum, and in some areas there were no text or books available. We found classrooms that were just stuffed with items and weren't sure where they were supposed to be, but nothing. There was a lack of consistency across the district. In year 2019, 2020, Dr. Jeremy Owa, who was appointed the year before, continued to be the superintendent. During that school year, there had been, from the previous school year when we first took over, there was 30 audit findings. And so there was lots of work on the fiscal side that had to be done. That was the original, that was our first big push for professional development, really pushing in on Rice, Arkansas with the science of reading, getting folks trained. There was a struggle during that time period on what our expectation was for the staff and the faculty in terms of what the expectation was for participating and what their responsibilities were in the classroom. So it was just a disconnect. Everyone has worked very hard over the last couple of years to kind of get everybody where we need to be. At the end of that year is when COVID hit, and that next school year, 2020 to 2021, Barbara Warren was appointed superintendent of both Dollarway and Pine Bluff. And so that was in the conversation of, that was the Dollarway's final year, and we had to make a decision about what was going to happen with that school district. And so she was literally leading both school districts as the superintendent. That was a really challenging year in terms of we had been doing all this work on curriculum, and then all of a sudden we had very large virtual numbers for an entire year where we were all of a sudden shifting to try to find curriculum that matched what we were trying to do. The school district did a very aggressive limited on transition plans, and so students really went through, even those that were attending in person, really were sitting in a single classroom all day, basically on a computer, having virtual instruction. So it was a very difficult year in terms of instruction and just academics. The following year, 21-22, was when everybody pretty much got brought back. A very limited number continued to do virtual. It was everyone is back, we're going back to a regular schedule, kids are changing classrooms, we're going back to school. That was probably the hardest year. And that was probably the hardest year for this community in terms of turmoil and just even questioning about the state's role in their school district. The district had already been granted partnership funds for new facilities, and so conversation around where's the new high school going to be. And there were proposals for different sites, and that really caused a huge division and a lack of trust between what our role was and what was happening in this community. It was also a year in which the school district lost 7 enrolled students and 2 students that had currently dropped out to gun violence in 1 year. You had students who walked out of class. It was everybody looking around saying, we got good kids in this school. These are great kids. We want to make sure they're safe. And looking around in our situation in which we were in and recognizing that our school campuses were not where they needed to be in terms of safety. I have to commend the city. They rolled up their sleeves and worked with us. Chief of police, the mayor, different folks coming together to say, what can we do to make this and address these problems? In 22-23, Barbara Warren started the year as our superintendent that school year, and we made a change at semester when we appointed a limited authority board. Lots of progress made in the 22-23 school year. Lots of the initiatives that we had started with school safety were absolutely in place. Fencing was put up. The grounds themselves, you started seeing things being painted and cleaned up and dead bushes being picked out. There just became this sense of pride. There was a point that we almost had to point everything out, and then it got to the point where we didn't have to do that. There was a sense of, this is what we're supposed to be. This is our school, and we are proud of what we have. The Limited Authority Board, when they came in place, they took on the challenge of determining the high school and were we going to do a millage and where was it going to be, and they successfully passed a millage in the community overwhelmingly. That's huge. When the Limited Authority Board also came in, it was the task of, can you show consistent governance? Can you show that you are a cohesive body working together to support the school and moving them forward? And they have overwhelmingly showed that. On this next slide, this gets into the overall indicators for school districts when they are when they're in level 5. And these were some of the indicators that were put in place the first year in which they were had that classification. Looking for collaborative teams working together, grade level teams, content teams, to looking at monitoring instructional practices in the classroom. Early on, first couple of years within the district, lots of student engagement was at an all-time low. You'd walk in classrooms and you wouldn't see students actively engaged. That's not the case, and I hope today when you were walking around, you saw student engagement and you saw folks instructing and kids actively participating. Indicator 3 had to do with leadership and providing feedback to teachers on their instruction, administrators walking in classrooms. When you've heard me present before on Pine Bluff, we've talked specifically about the requirements of how many times we expect administrators doing walkthroughs in classrooms. That's never been lowered, and their central office is a part of that. School curriculum, making sure that there is curriculum in all subjects throughout the classroom. And indicator 5, that the school is managing a safe and supportive collaborative school district. And I definitely saw evidence of that this morning on my tour. So as we moved forward to evaluate that, we've been taking evidence of that over our time in the school. And that's why we came to you a year ago in September of last year to say, we think they're ready for a limited authority board. You gave us permission to do that in October. We announced the call for folks to turn in applications. In November, we had Ms. Newton helped lead the interview committees for establishing a board in November, and then in December, they were named. So this process, in terms of us recognizing they were progressing and meeting these goals, that journey started a year ago. So we wanted to formalize and make sure that we captured the evidence in a manner in which it was scored. And that's where Sheila Whitlow comes in and the OCSS team. So I'm going to let Sheila talk to you about, on the next slide, how the OCSS team went forward with the evaluation and what artifacts they were looking for the report that was attached to the agenda.
Good morning. So, raise it just a little bit. So we were charged with verifying that what we were seeing, as you know, and as Stacy stated, we had members of our team consistently on site at the schools during this past 5 years. But what we wanted to do is go in and verify that what we were seeing was what was happening, and also looking at that exit criteria. So we formed a team of 6. There were 3 teams of 2. And what we tried to do was balance it. So we had one team member as someone that's been working in the district, because I want to say this, as part of the Office of Coordinated Support and Service, we get very close to the districts that we serve. And so we wanted to make sure one of the members was an objective member as well, someone that hadn't been working with the Pine Bluff School District. So all of our teams had someone that was new to the district. So the teams then took on 2 schools each, and it was over a span of 2 days that we were visiting the schools and then looking at the data. So what we did was to collect some quantitative data for you, and to really use that as we look at the exit criteria. We developed a survey, and that survey was developed based on the exit criteria. So the questions aligned with those 5 indicators that Stacy just shared, and the objectives as well. So during that time, we, I think it was 66 of us on there, 66 full interviews using that tool. So we had those interviews, but then we also had a lot of informal interviews where we talked to just people as we're walking through the hallways, and collected a lot of anecdotal information from those from those interviews as well. And so as we were there, the teams visited classrooms, and I want to just say, echo what Stacy said, it was a big difference from the first year I was here, because we saw students engaged, positive interaction between the teachers and the students. We saw them using their high quality instructional material. We were witnessing dyslexia interventions. We were in special ed classrooms, and we saw teaching and learning going on in all those places. Was it where it needs to be? No. Does the district know that? Absolutely. And they have a plan for that, and you're going to get to hear that today as well. We also attended collaborative team meetings, and we saw them developing CFAs and those common formative assessments, looking at their curriculum. They were planning in those meetings as well. And then we also looked at safety, because we know that was an important part. And we looked at external doors. Were we able to just walk in? And we were not. Did the classroom doors, were they locked? And they were. We also spent some time in the mornings to see how are they gathering in the secondary, but also car rider duty, bus duty, were teachers where they needed to be. And in some cases they were not, and we shared that with the district as well, and those are going to be addressed. We also were at car rider in the afternoon, and some of us didn't schedule our time just right, and we were in car rider traffic. So it was a wonderful 2 days, and for me, it was wonderful because I saw that transformation, and getting to go back and see the changes was very motivating. And so that's how we gathered the data that Stacy's going to share with you this morning.
Mhm. And you didn't even cry. Look at you.
Well, I will later.
All right, on that next, so indicator 1, again, this is about the collaborative team times. You can see here their overall score was a 3.35. Again, the committee actually set in meetings for grade level teams. They looked at assessment data. They talked to the teachers in the interviews about, do your teams meet regularly? Can you show me evidence? Principals were responsible before the visits to actually turn in schedules and evidence that this work was also happening. And so this was an overwhelmingly something that this district has been working towards for 5 years, working collaboratively together to achieve. And this morning, I know in the preschool, during the pre-K visit, we saw similar lessons and content. So we knew that some objectives were matching up and that they themselves were having opportunities to come together and discuss. On the next slide for indicator number 2, this is the awareness of predominant instructional practices. The district is looking at that classroom observation in the data, school leaders providing feedback. One of the things I wanted to emphasize there is when you look at that objective 2.3 about school leaders providing forthright feedback on individual teaching practices, the 3.37, that came from teachers. When they were surveying staff about, do you have feedback from your administrators, that score came from teachers. That's a very high score. There is an expectation that administrators are in classrooms and that we are providing feedback to teachers. We've got to continue to build capacity in our administrators on what to look for instruction so that we can continue to raise the rigor and the elevation of what we expect instruction to look like in a classroom. But that's big. And that was overwhelmingly said throughout the interviews. On the next criteria for 3, this one again is about evaluations, teachers, instruction, curriculum, observations, folks being where they're supposed to be, had a total score of 3.06, again, meeting. If you look at what a 3 means met with direct support. And the reason why we still have that direct support in there is because our team is still in there, all right? But we don't, in the beginning, where we were constantly questioning about what you're doing, where it is right now is we're not prompting that. We're checking in. We're checking with questions. We're like monitoring that it's still going, if that makes sense. They have taken the ownership of this work. On the next slide for criteria 4, on school curriculum, making sure teachers have curriculum that is the same. This is huge. I mean, I can remember even having a meeting with city officials who we were in like year 3 and 4, and they're saying, I'm getting calls from teachers that say they don't have textbooks. And what are y'all doing about that? I'm getting calls from people that said that they were using this curriculum and y'all pulled it away from them and now they've got this one. And all that was true because we were trying to get everybody on the same page using the same materials and supplies and staying with the training that had to happen. They're there now. So folks have materials, teachers have resources, and we have curriculum that's aligned to our standards, and we have literacy curriculum that's aligned to the science of reading. On the next one for indicator 5, safe, supportive, and collaborative school, and that finances are led to push to that direction and priorities are made in that area. This is an area, again, that They were on fiscal distress, so this kind of aligns with that, but we have a fiscal distress plan that also will go a little bit deeper. But this was more than just, is our fiscal operations running? This was, what is our setting and how are we using our funding to make sure the right stuff is happening? And I can confidently say that that is something that has been leveraged correctly. I do know that the current limited authority board asked lots of questions about where the money's being spent, what's happening, why are we purchasing that, what does that contract look like, and that's part of their role. So on this next slide here, when we talk about reoccurring theme for interviews, these were things that Sheila and her team said came out over and over and over again when they conducted their 66 interviews, and those were 66 full interviews and just informal conversations with teachers when they were popping in for classroom visits or folks in the hallway. Transparency at the district level resulting in trust over and over and over again. And I can say that that was also a transparency thing involving the state authority and what our intention was and what was happening. And to me, the pivotal role here was when this board determined that they were ready for a limited authority board, and we started allowing their appointed board to start making some of those decisions and recommendations. And also, Jennifer Barbary was a big role in that. 2, climate and culture, and I had to put like 3 stars next to it. It's a different place than it was 5 years ago. It is a different place. If you watched any of the video that was playing beforehand, you could feel the excitement in that video, that kids had taken ownership of those pieces. They passed a millage. They won a state basketball championship. They've got kids taking concurrent credit. They have taken pride in what their buildings look like, the safety and the security, and they are taking ownership of their school district. Unified district, streamlined, clear process. The systems in terms from central office and HR, everything from payroll to class schedules, to do kids have the right credits and courses, all had to be put into place. We're still working on business office and procedures in that area, but it has grown and it is so much better today than it was. The other one, shifting to be student focused. Everything here is about students. Everything. Expectations are clear, reasonable, and manageable. This is what staff was saying to our folks when we were interviewing. And this last one, over and over again, they kept talking about how their administration teams their administration is participating in their common planning times. That's huge. And then you can see some of the comments that they took. The district is more unified than I've ever remembered. And I put seasoned employee. She's been there like 30 plus years. There is a real sense of urgency from the district team, but they're also providing us support. That was a teacher. And a principal said, I'm finally seeing and feeling a shift because of the work Dr. Barbary and her team are doing. Good stuff. Next slide. So again, on their total score for exit criteria, total score came up to a 3.1, again, meeting the exit level criteria, which is a very big deal. And I think that needs a round of applause. So the rules on the next slide, this is what it outlines in rules, that when a school district has been placed in level 5, and the state board then can approve that they have met their exit criteria, what happens is they can be placed in a level 4 support for an additional year, and in that additional year of support, they still will come with quarterly reports to this board about their progress on exit criteria. Our team is not leaving. The OCSS team is not leaving. We're still going to be there supporting them throughout this journey, but this board would still hear quarterly reports on the progress from the Pine Bluff School District, okay? Returning them back to local control. On the next slide, I want to go ahead and get into the fiscal distress. I'm going to ask Dr. Saunders to come up and kind of quickly walk you through the fiscal distress piece. And remember, that was the initial reason authority was assumed, okay?
Good morning, board. And if we go to the next slide. So starting with the looking at the 22-23 school year and the on-site support that we had with the district multiple times met with the district as far as working on things such as staffing, attendance, revenue, expenditures, coding, processes, procedures, and policies. Frequent calls, we put that down. I think that if you looked at the spring semester, that Dr. Barbary and myself, we probably had a standing meeting on 80% of the days. That began at 6:45 in the morning and lasted approximately 30 minutes about every day. And trying to get stuff together, working on things, and made lots of progress. So I think there's a strong collaboration there, and both of us working in the same direction. We also had monthly support with the district regarding revenues and expenditures down to individual line items throughout their budgets and tracking, coding, aligning their budgets and their expenditures. Meeting of the fiscal distress plan, continued to work on that and meeting all that criteria within that. A lot of changes from the 22-23 school year that came as about as the realization of where are we at, what do we need going forward. And you know that the merging of campuses occurred, so buildings, instead of having multiple small buildings, combining them to have single buildings. Also looking at the staff across the district and seeing what they could afford, what was the right size. So a lot of those discussions, and I believe we began a lot of that planning in January, and looking at enrollment projections based upon past trends for the next 10 years and what staffing would need to be with that. I think one of the key things is key staff and key positions. All the procedures and policies, you know, do not matter if you don't have the right people in the right place. And I know Dr. Barbary has done a great job, I think, with her assistant superintendents and placing key people in the business office in those positions to carry on. Next slide. One thing that the district is aware of and will need to continue to be aware of that you can see on the graph is the enrollment. You do see a decline throughout the years. You see the jump in 21-22. That is from the two districts merging together. But then you see the drop in the 22-23 school year as well. So that's something that the district is aware of and must constantly monitor and make the right staffing adjustments. Looking at their net legal balance on the next slide, you can see what that has been since 2017, 2018. The net legal balance is the unrestricted balance that we really look at, looking at the fiscal integrity of the district. You will see a decline with the closing out of the 22-23 year, a little decline. Most of that is because of one-time expenditures. And with the right sizing of the staff and the adjustments that were made for this next year, I'm comfortable that they will continue to be safe in that area. Aside from the net legal balance, you also have the building fund balance, which you could see on the next slide. And right there you can see that has continued to increase, and I think it'll be right about the same with the close of the 22-23 school year. Next slide, you can see the ratings where they had met with district support in various areas across the fiscal arena. One of the areas marked was a 2 was review audits and correct findings, put in place safeguards to prevent repeat findings. And as you have staff turnover and you have key personnel coming into place, it takes time, and you're always looking at the internal controls and the procedures and policies and adjusting those to make sure that they are effective. Matter of fact, we do have an on-site support with the district scheduled, I believe in about a week and a half, to come down and help them with that again as we have helped them in the past. Next slide. You can see in these criteria, the ratings, that they had straight 3s all across there for an overall rating of 2.80. Next slide. You can see that the school district and fiscal distress can petition the state board for removal after the division has certified in writing. We have certified in writing, as I have here, to the district that they have met the criteria to be released from fiscal distress. So that criteria has been met, hence the board is petitioning, the district is petitioning the state board at this time. Next slide. Now, if the district is released from the fiscal distress, they are not totally on their own. we still work closely with them. As a requirement under the law, we continue to monitor their fiscal operations for 3 years. That would be with debt requests. We do look at, where they're spending their money, how they're spending their money, and monitoring that as it goes forward. A lot of that also, we work with them on the budget, and we constantly review and adjust the budget. One, make sure that it's accurate, and ensuring that the expenditures are going in the direction that they need to go for the district to be successful. So, continue the next slide, please. Oh, had one missing there. All right. So, any questions from the board?
Board members, any questions at this point in time? Thank you.
Thank you.
I do want real quick just the OCSS team that's kind of in the back. If you guys will stand, and Jamie, I'm including you, OCSS team, if you'll stand. So these are folks that are actually been in the schools for a while. Dr. Barbary was actually a part of that team before she was appointed as superintendent, but I just wanted to recognize them and the ones who actually did the evaluation. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Cedric Rice for their presentation from the Pine Bluff School Board to the board, and then after that, Dr. Barbary will actually come up and get more into some of the academics and pieces of where they're heading. All right?
Good morning. I want to say good morning to Secretary Oliva. Today to your board. It is a pleasure to speak with you this morning. We're excited that you are here. I'm excited to be here as a class of 1990 graduate of Pine Bluff High School, Zebra for Life. And so what I want to do this morning is to talk briefly about board governance and what that experience has been like for me serving in this capacity. I'll give you a little bit of background. I ran for school board once, I believe it was 2015. I lost that race. Then I ran again, and right before the election, the school board was taken over. So the third time was a charm, and that time I was appointed. So I'm excited to be here. I'm excited to share some things with you about what we've been doing in this process, as I've learned how important our role has been in terms of this conversation about level 5 intensive support, conversation about returning local control to our district. Next slide, please. First, I want to thank the local members who helped to bring this to bear, to help put together a limited authority school board as well as the ADE when we began having those conversations. It was a good process. We were vetted, we were interviewed, and I just want to say that we're working with a dynamic team, and I'm excited to continue to do that. Next slide. This is our board, and I've had the privilege of working with these individuals who have a plethora of knowledge. They have wonderful backgrounds. They are sharp. They are intelligent. And I'll say again, as I've said before, this is one of the most accomplished boards in the state of Arkansas, based on their credentials, based on their experiences, and we work very, very well together. And so now I want to talk about kind of what that board governance is like, and really I'm speaking to you as a board, but I'm also speaking to our community so that we know where we go and how we go going forward. Next slide. First thing we got to do, we got to learn from our mistakes. And as we think about this, and we think about board governance, and we've been working together for several months, we had to learn and understand the history of that board work and understand what mistakes were done. And we began to develop a mantra. We began to develop some standards that we used based on our Arkansas School Board Association. And I'm proud to say that we continue to operate by those standards. Now, again, as I'm presenting these, not just for you, but it's also for our community, so we know how to have best practices for board work going forward. Next slide. Next slide. All right, that first mantra is the school board members make decisions that have significant and long-term consequences for their students, schools, and communities. What does that mean? That means that the work that we do are serious. And we have serious board members that are doing that work. You know, I talk to people all the time, and I'm a certified school teacher as well. You know, a lot of people think they can just walk up to the classroom and teach. That's not the case. And there are a lot of individuals that think that they can serve on a school board and really deal with school governance. That's not the case as well. And so we understand the seriousness of our work. We understand, you know, what we have to do to make sure that we're doing the best for our community, but more specifically our students. Next slide. As members of the board, we should promote the best interest of the school district as a whole, and to that end, we shall adhere to the following educational and ethical standards. Educational and ethical standards. That's what we focus on all the time. When we're working, we're thinking in terms to make sure we're making the best decisions going forward. Next slide. We make decisions in terms of the educational welfare of all children in the district, regardless of ability, race, creed, sex, or social standing. We know that we have a district that has levels of high poverty. We know we have a district that has levels of high need. It's not an excuse, but it gives us an opportunity to really dig in and really work hard as a board to find the best opportunities to get the best contractors, to get the best units to help us to make sure that those students learn. Next slide. We recognize that decisions must be made by the board as a whole. Make no personal promise and not take private action they may compromise the board. I'm proud that we do that. We work together. We know how important our decisions are making, and we don't want to make mistakes from the past. We're going to understand what our true role is in terms of supporting the superintendent, in terms of looking at the bigger picture of student success. Next slide. This is a big one. We delegate authority for the administration of the school district to the superintendent. I watch a lot of boards and meetings in Arkansas and, of course, across the state, across the country. And if you want a dysfunctional board, then have the board members to step out of their lane. And what we worked hard to do is to not step out of our lanes. To not step out of our lanes. We understand that Superintendent Barber is the CEO of our district. Board members don't get into operations. And that's for you to understand and for our community to understand. We don't get into operations. We have specific tasks. We have plenty to do. We're supporting Superintendent Barber in that regard. And that means in terms of decisions that are made, we play a role in that. Even we're working with our community partners. You know, if we're working on a successful millage campaign now, we have contractors we're working with. We understand that we contribute, we have things to bring to bear, but we don't get into operations. And we're proud of that. I'm proud of working with a board that understands that. Now, again, that's for our greater community because, again, whether I'm serving or the current board is serving, your board members have to stay in line. You have to be in line. You don't get into operations, and we're proud that we're doing that. Next slide. We attend all regular scheduled board meetings insofar as possible and become informed concerning the issues to be considered at those meetings. We don't have an issue not having a quorum. We don't have board members walking out and breaking quorums. We can't conduct business. We're proud of that. We know what we're tasked to do. We try to be as flexible as we can to make sure that it's convenient for board members to participate, and we work hard to make sure we're informed when we're making those decisions. Next slide. We make certain the board remains responsive to the community. We're open. You know, board members are available. I posted my phone number, I think, when I first got on the board in January. I'm thinking I was going to get all these calls. I probably got 2 calls since that time. And what that tells me is that we're responsible enough that people understand we've been transparent, we've been sharing. We know what to do. And the community has responded to that. Next slide. We remember always that our first and greatest concern must be the educational welfare and academic performance of all the students attending the public schools. Our only purpose here is student success. That's what we do on a day-to-day basis. We make decisions based on student success, and we're proud of that. Next slide. All right, so how do we maintain board governance now and in the future? We have a few points that we can share with you, and I'm gonna kind of catch up in my notes so I don't have to keep staring back and forth to the board. First thing is, go back to number 1. We delegate authority of the operation of the school district to the superintendent. That's primary, that's key. We want to leverage the knowledge and expertise of board members. We appreciate those contributions, appreciate those backgrounds. You know, again, whether I'm serving or someone else is serving, when the community looks for new board members, think about the knowledge and expertise that they bring to the table. We want to foster stronger collaborations and communicate more effectively with community stakeholders. That includes, you know, our city, that includes our city partners, that includes our nonprofit groups, just making sure we're open and communicating. One of the goals we're going to do is appoint standing committees. I think that's important for us going forward. Finance, governance, policy, and academic excellence. And what that's going to allow us to do is, at least from a board standpoint, is not have so many direct asks to the superintendent, but have these committees where community partners can participate, and then, we can work together and then make those recommendations to the board. So we're working before the board meeting, so that when we have the meeting, those meetings are more effective and streamlined. We want to use our recommendations to inform decision-making processes so that everybody feels involved. And again, we make sure that as board members, we do not slide into that role of operations. We know we have a superintendent, and the superintendent controls that. Last but not least, this is my favorite one: training, professional development, and work sessions. That's been the biggest blessing for me, to learn, to train, to grow with this board, to grow on my own when I do independent study. And it's important for you to know and for the community to know your board members need to have high level of training. This is a wonderful job, but it's a hard job, and you need to be informed. Next slide. All right, so let's talk about community support. Keep hitting the button. Okay. Keep on going. Okay, stop right there. So we want to talk a little bit about, our community support. Who's been supporting us during this regard? Parents, students, teachers, administrators, community leaders, legislators, city officials, business leaders, retired educators, clergy. We've had lots of support in this process. Even as recently as support for, we're thinking about building a new high school. The Pine Bluff Urban Renewal Agency has done some cleanup around the site. And we're also trying to get into talks with community and economic development to talk about blight and what we can do to improve the area around the high school so that everybody is on board with that. And they're confident that where we're building is going to be a good site for students to learn and grow. All right, next slide. District alumni. Okay. Now, what galvanized our student support or our community support? The $65 million millage. And that was what brought us all together in terms of the bigger picture. We had to have those community partners. We had to have that buy-in. We had to have that support going forward. And so this was my first millage campaign. It might be my last millage campaign, but it was my first one. And we really dug in. I learned so much. And when we began to talk to parents, teachers, and students, and the legal side, and the ballot, and those types of things, and it was just a wonderful experience as a board member to really try to do these things to support our community. Next slide. All right. Now, I can't go any further without talking about that process and talking about the success of that millage campaign because of our millage campaign committee. Our campaign committee came together, brought together some dynamic people from our committee. They was able to raise money, raise those funding. They had that intelligence. They had the connections to be able to do that. The committee decided we needed a consultant to help us to do that. And that was important because we began to show the seriousness of this campaign. We wanted to show our community how serious we were about this millage because we did have people that didn't support this cause, and I'll talk about that a little later. But I want to thank our millage campaign committee for really helping us to work, for us to get out to those community partners so we had complete buy-in for what we were trying to do. Next slide. All right, now this is a slide I want to include. You can't see the wording on the right, but during the campaign, we had a lot of back and forth. We had to argue, in a sense, not argue, but really make the case for the millage. And this was a turning point because there was some misinformation that was going out there. And you see our superintendent, Dr. Jennifer Barbary, she did an interview, and we actually did a transcribing interview, and we wanted to target everything that people were saying to make sure that they understood. We used this to share on social media. The interview was about an hour, and we were able to get that message out there to make sure that people had an opportunity to hear the real message, because there was another message going out there, and we wanted to make sure that that message was clear. So I want to thank Dr. Barbary for doing this interview, and I want to thank the news, Pine Bluff Commercial, for setting this interview up for us, because we were able to get the real message out about what we were trying to do. Still trying to change hearts and minds about the millage, and people had, their belief about why they didn't want to support it. Next slide. All right, so we did have some opposition. And in that opposition, we had to try to figure out a way to deal with that opposition. Now, the opposition was, we don't want to pay any more taxes. The opposition was, we don't know if a new high school is going to change student learning or help with student success. But the biggest opposition was, why should we pass a millage when we don't have local control? Now, there's nothing that we could do except continue to present the arguments. We couldn't make any guarantees. We're just saying, as a board, we're working, as a community, we're working. We can't guarantee you what's going to happen next, but we got to have faith. I went on the bandwagon and said, we can't live by a spirit of fear. We got to have faith. We got a great superintendent, a dynamic superintendent. We got a great board. We got community partners. We're doing the work. And so in that regard, we had that opposition, and that's how we dealt with it. We know that the opposition probably understood that our buildings were, older and needed to be replaced. They understood that, a new high school would energize our community, not just academically, but economically. But the big stickling point was, why do you pass a millage of this size and not have local control? And so that's where we started. We dug in. As the opposition dug in, we dug in. Our millage campaign dug in, we dug in. And at the end of the day, I said this, is that at some point we still have to come together as a community after we win, because we had to win. And you see the bigger picture now. We had to win. We had to win. And so their efforts pushed us. But at the end of the day, as a community, we still have to come together. And today is about that. Again, we're here to make that argument, to receive local control, to get your feedback, and to hopefully demonstrate that we're ready for that. Next slide. All right, of course, the mill is passed. And we were happy about that, successful. Okay, next slide. Well, we had one more. We still have to start thinking about local control. We got that out of the way. Now, what about local control? What happens next? And so, now, if you notice in the slides, I always had that gray shirt on. Every time I've been successful, I've had that gray shirt on. So, I'm not a superstitious person, but today I got my gray shirt on. So be mindful of that, the gray shirt. And so we're still making an argument. We're here today to do that, and we're going to continue with that, hopefully, demonstrating to you that we're ready for this next step. Next slide. All right. In order to talk about local control, we got to talk about our elections. Because if you grant us back local control, then we got to give the school board seats back to the people. It's been an honor to serve in an appointed capacity, but we got to get back to the democracy of how this thing works. All right? Next slide. So here's our plan. We're looking to get ready for the vote of the public. What we're looking for: continuity, capacity, and confidence. Continuity in the sense that we want to make sure that we always have board members that have experience on. We don't want to be put in a position where everybody is brand new. We still have some work to do in the district, and we got to continue to work. We want to make sure we have some experience on that. Capacity. Make sure that those board members are equipped to serve in that capacity. That's going to be up to the community, but we're trying to present the model that these are the best practices you're looking for on board members. These are what they should do. They're required to do training, understand what their roles are. We're going to continue to emphasize that going forward, and I think we'll be okay. We have some great people in our community that are willing to serve, and I hope that the current board continues to serve going forward. And also confidence. We want to build community confidence. Next slide. So here's our plan. Current board members decided we want to do a 5-year term. We agree to draw lots. We're going to draw lots, maybe invite the local judge to come down. We're going to draw lots to see when individual board members should run, right? One board seat will be open in 2024, one board seat 2025, one board seat 2026, 2 board seats 2027, and 2 board seats in 2028. And I think this will give us the continuity that we need to make sure that as a district, even coming out of local control, we still have more work to do. And we're willing to do that. But we'll make sure we have those individuals who are experienced, who've already been trained, and can encourage those other board members to do the same. Next slide. Now, what are our future priorities after that? And I'm going to bring my slide up. I apologize for those colors. I used AI PowerPoint, and I'm not a good colors person. So this is what the PowerPoint selected. What do we want to do? We want to support Superintendent Barbary in the district strategic plan. We want to evaluate Superintendent Barbary. We want to set goals and objectives of Superintendent Barbary over the year as a part of that process. We want to help to maintain fiscal management and the fidelity of Pine Bluff School District funds. That includes, again, getting those reports and seeing where we are and making the best decisions with the funding that we actually have. We want to help maintain high academic standards and improve student success outcomes. And that comes from our votes. That comes from our evaluation of contractors, of the things that we're actually going to do, what the teachers want, what they need, what the students need, administrators need, and going forward. We want to make sure that we help recruit and retain certified teacher populations to promote student success. And finally, board members will continue professional development training through ASBA, ADA, etc. And that's my presentation. Thank you.
Next slide, please. Okay, wow, what an exciting day. Today's the day we've all been waiting for. We've been waiting to show you our progress, and I'm going to do my very best to do this without getting choked up because this means a lot. This is a family. Pine Bluff is a family. We've come together as a family. We're here, and we're here all together. The support that you see here, it's demonstrated even greater online. And there have been a lot of nice things said about me and a lot of nice things said about the others. But what you don't know and what I have to explain to you is this wasn't done by one person. This progress and this change was done by a community. It was done by a community of educators. It was done by a community of the department. It was done by very strong leadership in the district. No one person can make these changes, and no one person can get this done without a team. And so I would like to say thank you so much to the Office of Coordinated Support and Services. Thank you so much to our DESI team. And thank you so much to Assistant Superintendent Kelvin Gregg and Assistant Superintendent Philip Carlock and all of our building principals, because they've made a difference in this, and this is the progress you're going to get to hear about today. Next slide. Today I'm going to begin with academics. You know why? Because now we're focused on academics. This is the year we can say academics is our #1 priority, and that's what we're looking at every single day. This is a focus, and it's not the focus that we could have said 5 years ago. The focus 5 years ago was building procedures. The focus 5 years ago was keeping kids safe, getting the money right. So those systems now are pretty solid in place so that we can be in the buildings. I don't know, you heard Ms. Smith present that the teachers said the principals are in their classrooms and the district administrations are in their classrooms. We're there because that's the priority, because we have the other systems in place, that we have other people that can make sure other things are running. So I want to say I'm proud of that. In order to talk about academics, I want to show you one of the big pushes were our professional learning communities. We have built district capacity regarding professional learning communities. If you don't mind, would you click on that first red link that says professional learning communities? Maybe I can show you. What we've created is a one-page document. I would say I have very, very talented people working at our district that work on these things. If it pulls up, I love technology. I don't know about you guys, but what it is it gives you a timeline of how professional learning communities have been within the district. You're not going to be able to see it very largely, but you'll have access to this. I would say in 1819, you had 2 districts. You had Dalloway and Pine Bluff School District. Dalloway School District had a professional learning community. They were beginning that. Pine Bluff School District was not at the time. And what I mean by that is they were beginning at Dalloway to meet and create a guiding coalition, create collaborative team meetings. The next school year, you'll see that the 1920 school year, Pine Bluff got on board with utilizing professional learning communities. Dalloway School District was as well, but it gives a segue into the fact that both districts were starting to speak the same language. And at that time, they started looking at their curriculum, looking at standards, and beginning to identify essential standards, talk about what we need in the classrooms. That was a start in the 1920 year. And then that spring, the whole world shut down. We had COVID, and the pandemic happened. So it was a huge blow to just the beginnings of the PLC process. After the COVID year, the 20 spring, when we get back to school in 2021, you heard Ms. Smith talk about it. It's true, we didn't have kids on site. We had very few kids on site, and the ones that were doing virtual learning as well, because we had to mitigate all the things. I'm not sure if you are aware or understand, but there was a true fear and a true concern post-pandemic in Pine Bluff. We were affected traumatically. in the district. There was loss of life. There was family members' loss of life. Our parents were afraid. Our students were afraid that something terrible was going to happen regarding the pandemic. And so learning, again, was not the focus at that time. It was, how can we get kids back in school? How can we make sure that our teachers are safe and not sick so that they can be here to educate our students? After the pandemic, we had to reboot. After that, it was a big reboot on, okay, so we had all these little things in place for PLC, and so now we brought it back to the table and said, okay, let's make sure that we have that common language, that we're working together in teams, and that we look back at our curriculum and say, okay, we have resources, let's look at the standards, let's ensure that our teachers have those curriculum that's viable across the district. And again, at that time, we annexed. I know some of you are along for the ride. That was a tough day. That was a tough year, ensuring that, and people still, I'm from Pine Bluff, and I talk to people now, and they're like, is Dalloway still Dalloway? The people still don't know. Pine Bluff School District now encompasses what was formerly known as Dalloway School District. And so we had to figure out that mentality. Not only did we have to retrain all of our teachers and parents' understanding of that, we're still trying to work with the community too and make sure that happens. So the PLC process was huge. This gave us a common language to talk about academics. It's the process that we use, and it's led by the 4 pillar questions. And if you scroll up, you'll see, oh, I'm sorry, down the other way, the big red circle. And these are all linked in here because I wanted to be able to show you actual evidence and documents about this process. But the 4 pillar questions for the professional learning community process would be, what do we want our students to know and be able to do? That's question 1. So what do we have in place that does that? Well, first and foremost, we have curriculum resources that are aligned to the science of reading, and they're aligned across the district. So we have resources that are high quality. Second, we have essential standards identified. We're calling them priority standards now based on the new way that we talk about ELA standards and math standards. But now we've identified our priority standards, and within that was a big bulk that was done last year. And now this year we've transitioned to where we have solid pacing guides. Our district personnel has worked very closely with instructional facilitators and people at the building level to say, okay, this is our pacing guide across the district from pre-K to 12th grade. You saw it this morning. Our pre-K works as a professional learning community. They have priority standards identified. They also have common formative assessments. And so that's where we move into critical question 2, or pillar question 2. How will we know that our students have learned it? Just this week, with our building principals, we have training. Our meetings are training for everyone involved. And so we're training principals on how are we providing feedback to teachers regarding their common formative assessments. Is this a good assessment that's going to tell us that students have learned? If it's not, what feedback are you giving to teachers so that they can create a better assessment? That was done this week. It's beautiful. I call it a beautiful mind. It's a beautiful thing that we're seeing take place. The third question is, what do we do when they haven't learned it? And what you're going to see in our data is we are really taking that seriously. We know that a lot of our students are struggling in reading. And so what did we do? Last year, it was implemented across the district to have we call it WIN time. W-I-N stands for what I need. And so from kindergarten through 12th grade, last school year, it was a non-negotiable that every student participated in a 30-minute intervention at Pine Bluff High, at the junior highs, at the elementaries. They were all given a specific diagnostic test, and they were placed in intervention groups based on skills. It was skill-based intervention groups, and those groups were utilizing professional text, specific curriculum. Those curriculums had assessments that were part of that curriculum. They were directed by certified teachers, paraprofessionals, but it was all face-to-face. Our interventions weren't, we still have intervention programs that are online that we use to help with students, but these interventions we made sure were done face-to-face, because we knew that the teacher is the most important part of that, and they could track the data for the students. Because of that WIN time, we grew our students last year in reading across the district, and we know that, and we have data that shows that. And also, because of that, we implemented that a stronger approach this school year as well. We have what I need as well. Now it is actually a a course. We're using course codes and making sure that our students are having that at the secondary level as well. This is something that our district is proud of. As far as the fourth pillar question for our PLC process is how will we extend their learning? This is something that, as a team, we came back and said, we need to focus on this year. We didn't spend as much time on talking about what enrichment programs we have, what type of career and tech focus are we ensuring that we're providing at the high school for our students. And so we need to do that work on this one. This is the one that we're growing as far as our PLC process. And so I know that I spent a lot of time on that, but I want you to know how important that was as a growth for our district over the year. Do I believe we're functioning as a PLC at Pine Bluff School District? Yes. Do I believe that we can continue to grow and learn? Yes, that's what those trainings are about. But what we are convinced is that this process will continue to move us forward. And so we're going to continue with the PLC process. I want this to be in place when we're not here anymore. I want this because we know this is the process that's going to work for kids. If you don't mind, can you go back to the PowerPoint? Okay, that's fine. Thank you. I'm supposed to be fast, so I'm going to do my very best, but we're going to spend some time on this. It's very important. I want you to know, as far as high quality instructional materials, Ms. Smith did address that, but something that we're proud of that has been actually used as a model for the state as far as science of reading. We really looked into what reading curriculum that we have that's going to be aligned to the science of reading and support our students. And so on the link that says Reading Rope Curriculum, this is something that we did as a support system. And if you're not familiar, we use Scarborough's Reading Rope for the science of reading to help explain, and it actually was originally made for parents to explain, a skilled reader has to have all these things in effort to make sure that they are a skilled reader. And all of these things, we call them the bottom of the rope and the top of the rope. We have some fun language for that. But there are specific parts of that need to be addressed using certain curriculum. And we know that we started buying all this curriculum because we knew we needed it, but people didn't understand what was it used for. And so we decided to create a reading curriculum rope and talk about the different skill sets. So if a parent or a teacher, if you'll click on the reading rope curriculum, if you walk into a classroom, and this was very good support for our building principals too. If you walked into a classroom and you saw a teacher utilizing the 95% group curriculum, then you would know that that teacher at that time was teaching decoding, the bottom of the rope. They were teaching or phonological awareness, because 95% has phonological awareness with it. So we identified what curriculums we have that are helping with ensuring that we're teaching those parts of the rope. And so as if you walk into the classroom and a teacher's using benchmark workshop, well, that's top of the rope. And we know that then they're teaching about comprehension. We're talking about vocabulary. Those are what you should see. So it helps the principal understand when I walk in, how am I providing feedback? Are we teaching kids how to read using pulling the words off the page? Are we teaching kids great vocabulary and what that means in our reading so that we can be a skilled reader? And I say we use it across the state. Before I became superintendent at Pine Bluff, we shared this. I supported Pine Bluff School District, and we shared this in our principals assessor training for the science of reading. And so other districts are now creating ropes with their curriculum. Again, we're being the model, Dr. Rice. So proud of that. The next on the slide, after you see this was just a more digital version. And I'm going to tell you, I didn't create this graphic. We have some very talented people in the district that work on things like this, and we have a lady that did this for us last school year. So I'm proud of that. On the slide, back to the slide deck, the next bullet just says all subject curriculum resources. I'm not going to take you there, but I want you to know that now reading was our focus as far as making sure everybody had correct reading curriculum. And now across the district, we have new math curriculum that everyone has consistency, new science curriculum, history curriculum, where we're looking, and these are curriculum resources that are consistent, but what we're really looking into now is more training for our science. We're working with our director of curriculum instruction is working with our career and tech education to ensure that we've got up-to-date newer curriculum for our career focused classes as well. Some of you that were at the high school with me today saw personal finance, And we know that that curriculum needs to be updated, and that's in the works. And so we're still growing, and we're still working towards ensuring that we get where we need to be for that. As far as the PLC process and the curriculum, again, it's important that we provide that common language. It supports collaborative learning. It's a support system because our teachers need high-quality resource materials, and it's mitigating the chance of those learning gaps. If I know at Broadmoor Elementary we have this curriculum and this common language, those students are still getting the same information at Southwood and at 34th and at James Matthews. The last bullet on the PowerPoint, it died? Cool, I like that, yeah. So the last bullet that I'll talk about until we get that up there, it doesn't have links. Mine was too fancy, I guess. So we talk about building and district level focus walks. So there is an expectation that building principals are in the classrooms. There's an expectation that district leaders are in the classrooms so that we know what's going on. I told the principals this week one of the best compliments I've received recently is somebody told somebody who got back to me that Miss Barbary is at the schools asking kids questions. And I said, yes, I am. And I like that because the kids tell the truth. And the kids tell you what they need, and it's important for that. And so we have specific instructional focus walks for the science of reading. Our director of school performance does some of these walks with our building principals to ensure that they know what they're looking for when they're looking for the science of reading. They provide feedback. Her schedule is so full of just principals asking now, hey, you came by the first time, can you do this again with me so that we can get in the classrooms and see what we're seeing? We also have instructional rounds. Every principal is required to do specific number of focus walks, but it's not really about the number, and that was something that we struggled with. I didn't want to say you had to do 10. I want to say, what good feedback did you give on those 10 that you did? And so we're looking at the feedback that the principals are giving to our teachers. And then it's a standard procedure. We did it in the spring, and we're going to continue it, that we have district level focus walks. So the fourth Wednesday of the month, if you guys want to come on down. You'll be with our district leadership team the fourth Wednesday, and we'll be walking the classrooms. And keep getting that common language. We have a tool where we're looking for learning targets, looking for the standards. There's certain things that we're doing for that. But all this data that we're collecting, we're using it for our professional learning. We're using it to see what do we need to be providing to teachers, what do we need to do to grow, what do we continue to need to do to grow our students. I'm going to need you to get that PowerPoint working. Yeah. The next slide is our test data. It's our summative test data. I'm not sure if you guys have access or a printed out version, but it's this. Okay. Okay, thanks, Ms. Smith. So our summative test data, we have a chart here that the assessment team from DESI helped us with. And I want you to notice that over 5 years, you can see very quickly that there's been improvements. You can also see that it's not great success as far as the percentage wise, because this is a percent of proficiency for math, science, and reading. Pre-pandemic in reading, our students were at a 14% proficiency rate, pre-pandemic. Post-pandemic, again, that presented many challenges that year back, the 2021 school year. We were working from home, our teachers were learning how to do blended learning, and our test scores dropped. Across the board, as it did across the state, but ours did as well. But I need you to take your eyes to that bottom right corner of the 22-23 school year in our reading, because that's where our focus was for our win time. And we're at a 15% proficiency rate, 15.4, which is actually higher than when the school was taken over. It's actually higher than it was post-pandemic. And so it's absolutely not what we want our test scores to be. I was challenged by that. Someone said, so you're proud of that? I said, no, I'm not proud of that number. I'm proud of that growth, because our teachers worked very hard and our students worked very hard to get that. So we know our focus is going to continue to be growing that and providing that day-to-day instruction in the classroom. The next slide is actually a little bit deeper. It's a dig a little deeper into those reading scores, because that was such a large focus last school year. And so I'd like to try to talk to you about this is a breakdown of grade level cohorts. So if you're looking at the chart, and on the left side, it's just percent of readiness. On the right side is percent of students that were in need of support. And so I just kind of want to talk to you. I'll start with just third grade and just explain that. In 2022, the reading test scores for third grade, you see, was 16% proficient. Those third graders, when they became fourth graders, so in 2023, they were fourth graders. So if you follow the diagonal line, we grew those students by 2%. So if you look at all the green highlights, that's where we've grown students as a cohort. So those actual kiddos sitting in seats, you're looking at numbers of kids that have grown based on the things. Now, of course, the white indicates we had a deficiency. We didn't grow. And so this data we utilize very close. We look at it to utilize or to decide how are we going to and what made it work and what was good for our kids. The right side is a big deal because we talk about in need of support and how many students were in need of support. And so we actually could say we had a growth in proficiency, but we actually had a larger growth of moving students out of in need of support. Now, that didn't mean we got them to proficiency yet, but we got them to close. So we're moving them out of in need of support. If you look, the biggest gain were our 8th grade students last year. When they were in 7th grade, they were at a 9% proficiency rate. When they got to 8th grade and took the test in 8th grade last school year, they were at 27% proficiency rate. They grew by 18%. We also moved 19% of students out of in need of support. It's huge. That should get an applause. These are our students, and so our team came back together and said, what did we do? And I'm going to give total accolades to our building principals. We had two. We were still functioning at two, middle school, junior high, and the building principals took the lead in saying this is a non-negotiable. We're going to continue to have the win time at secondary level. Those 7th grade students, we looked at the fact that when they were in 7th grade, they had this ELA teacher, and in both campuses, that ELA teacher was their teacher in 8th grade. So it was like a looping. So that was part of it too. The relationship was already there. Those students had the intervention time that was required, but the building principals also put in their course schedule where they went to a critical reading class where they had additional supports. So there were a lot of things that the principals said, this is what we're doing, and the support that the teachers got. So we use this data to reflect on how are we going to continue to grow kids and what do we need to do with the students that were not growing and how can we fix that. The next slide, we'll talk about some academic recognitions that we received in 2022. We haven't gotten any awards yet in the 23 because some of the data is still preliminary, but in 22, we had 4 buildings recognized from the Office of Educational Performance as beating the odds. Robert Moorhead, Jack Roby, Pine Bluff High, and Dalloway High School all were rewarded for beating the odds, and that meant they were in the top 20 performing high poverty schools across the state. The next slide will show you the schools on the move. We had 2 schools, and actually I'll talk about 3, but we had 2 schools that gained 5 ESSA points based on ESSA School Index, and so they were schools moving towards excellence. Again, we're growing them. It's a process. But because of that, we had 2 schools that moved letter grades. And it's a huge deal to move letter grades. And we're not proud of our letter grade, but we're growing our letter grades. So that's something that we want to celebrate. And I know I spent a lot of time on academics because it is huge. It's a big piece of what we're working towards and what we're doing. But the next slide, it is super important to talk about how important our teacher quality is. Another large focus is our teacher quality. And teacher quality is the single most important school variable that influences student achievement. We have made some very tough changes, tough decisions, hurt feelings, and it's just a lot of things that happened with our faculty that we wanted to make sure that we were continuing to support. And so in efforts to right size, which Dr. Saunders talked about, in efforts to right size the district, I gleaned into the school board and I said, I need your support with this because we're going to have to eliminate positions across the district. We're going to have to non-renew positions across the district. We're going to have to reassign teachers. And all that is negative. Nobody wants that. So how can we do that in a positive manner? And the board supported that, and we were able to do it. And so I'd like to celebrate the fact that this school year, we have 73% of our classroom teachers are licensed for the classroom. Now that we have them, we need to support them, and we need to continue to keep them and all the things. So certain support systems that we have in place, of course, is our PLC process. The teachers no longer have to work in isolation. They're collaboratively working, and then they have those support systems. We have district leadership that continues to coach and have relationships with our building principals, with classroom teachers. We have specific directors. So when we talk about key people, we have a director of retention and recruitment. She's constantly working to make sure our teachers are on the right track to be licensed, those that are not. And those that are, she's looking for avenues and support systems so that we don't lose them and so that we can continue to keep them. We utilize the Office of Coordinated Support and Services. It's a great team that each one have a wealth of knowledge, and they're in the buildings, in the classrooms, and supporting teachers as well. We have, thank you, 4 state literacy coaches in our district. We have 4 elementaries, and we have 1 at every elementary. I think other districts will be mad at me for saying that, but we're fortunate enough to say we have that, and it's working. I see them. They're on site 4 to 5 days a week. They're providing lessons to our classes. They're talking with teachers. Those are things that are taking place right now, and it's awesome. Not only did we purchase the 95% group curriculum, we also, with the support of the board, purchased the coaching and support from 95%. So the actual people who do the curriculum and wrote the curriculum come into our district and teach teachers and provide lessons and model that. They're also working with our principals and instructional facilitators. It's a non-negotiable that when they're there, that our facilitators and our principals are in the classroom watching this as well so that they can continue to provide that feedback. We utilize the Arkansas River Educational Co-op. Not only are they there just for moral support for everything we do, our co-op is supportive of Pine Bluff School District. If there's something great going on, I get a text message from the director that says, hey, good job. If there's something that's coming up, I get a text message from the director of our co-op that says, hey, can I help you with that? Is there anything? And so Miss Kathy Swan is here today, and so thank you. And we have a slew of retired teachers, and some of them are here today as well. Yes, our retired teachers. These ladies have been meeting with me since the beginning saying, Miss Barbary, what can we do to help? And I said, come teach these teachers how to be like you. Come in and mentor our teachers. And so they've all signed up, and they're in our buildings and they're in our classrooms. Miss Maddie Collins actually takes students across the country to colleges. The Ivy Center for Education is a strong support for our district. And so we have a lot of support for our teachers through our community and through just what we're providing in different ways. There you go. Hey. And just so you know, that's just a chart about what we just talked about, but I did want to say from 22 to 23, as far as right sizing, we went from 272 classroom teachers to 194. That's a lot of teachers that were affected. And we have a board member that was concerned about that, and so she reached out and had opportunity for unemployment and different people to talk to the ones that weren't going to get jobs to say, hey, there's some other opportunities in the city and the community for you. So that was our board is well versed, and so they're very helpful in so many ways. Moving to the next system that I want to share with you, 6 systems are not listed in rank order. All of them are necessary for student success. Go one more. But nope, back one. There you go. But we know that Bloom's hierarchy of needs says for a student to learn, they have to feel safe. For a teacher to teach, they have to feel safe. And just, you know this, but the community knows this, but there was valid concerns for safety at Pine Bluff School District. Valid. So in those efforts, we have created safe and orderly environments. We have increased district security. Last year was a big focus on district security, and then this year we now have a security team, and our team consists of a district police officer. We have 6 commissioned officers. We have 16 security officers. We utilize the Pine Bluff Police Department to very great relationship with the Chief Richardson and Sheriff Woods. They provide patrol cars. We ask for specific things to go around the campuses to make sure that everyone's on board and ensuring that our students are safe. We've equipped our security team with uniforms and communication devices so that everybody can see them and everybody can hear them, so that we know everybody is on the same page and taking care of each other. We have partnered with Group Violence Intervention, and this is huge. This was an initiative that started in Pine Bluff that Governor Hutchinson supported and provided money for, that the Department of Ed provided money for. So this team works very closely with our educational team in identifying groups and identifying students that are part of groups or that may become part of groups, and what interventions do we have in place to help with this. And so we had a great town hall meeting this fall that the city put on, and that's part of that. We have wraparound services. Our district employs 7 social workers. We have 9 registered nurses. 9, that's a big deal. Around the state, that's a good thing. We have 4 health aides. Our director of nursing, she's always pushing things to me. Miss Barbary, let's do this, let's do this. She's there for our kids, and she's there for the support. We have a health-based unit. Are you coming to take the mic? Am I going to? Okay, all right. We have a community. We have a school-based health center, and we partner with local education agencies. But I want to also share that we do everything we can so our students don't go hungry. We are a CEP school. That means every student eats free for breakfast and lunch. Those are our child nutrition director and assistant superintendent constantly look at how we can continue to get these grants to do this. We have breakfast in the classroom at the elementary levels, second chance breakfast at secondary. We have the fresh fruits and vegetable grant, and something that I was really proud of that I didn't feel like got enough media was that this summer we did the seamless summer grant. That meant that every person 18 and under in Jefferson County could come to one of Pine Bluff School District sites and eat breakfast and lunch for free this summer. As far as student support continued, you can go to the next page, the next slide. We are working one of the focuses now for student support is mainstreaming our students. We know that we have students that were being educated off-site, and we want to bring them back to our campuses. We want to ensure that we have the facilities to be able to support all their learning needs, and that our teachers are trained to do that. Because of that, we've entered in the Effective Practices Inclusive Education cohort. We were one of the schools, and we had our first training this week. It was awesome, and I'm looking forward to continuing to work with Easter Seals and our special ed department to make sure that we're bringing kids back on campus. We provide after-school tutoring. We receive a 21 CCLC grant at 2 elementary schools for this coming school year. We partner with the Boys and Girls Club as part of that too. Our athletes, and I know you saw some of them at the high school today. They were dressed very nicely. We have a football game tonight, and they're wearing their ties. But our athletes are actually students first. Our student athletes and our coaches pride themselves in that. We have great GPA across our basketball team and our football teams, girls as well. And I'll say that our football coach, Coach Williams, does a really great job at ensuring that our kids are getting tutors and tutoring. We worked again this summer. We had tutors working at football camp, at football practice, just to make sure that our kids were getting that. The next slide, as far as student support continued, I just wanted to highlight a real strong push that we're very proud of is the services that we're providing for our students with characteristics of dyslexia. At the beginning, when we look back, we weren't even providing those services ourselves at the district. We were outsourcing that with our co-op because we didn't have the trained personnel. Currently, we have 10 certified take flight instructors at our district. We have 1 that's going through training, so that's 11. She's not finished with hers, but we also have 3 paraprofessionals that are trained in Barton interventions. So our students are enrolled in these courses. Our district dyslexia specialist is here, and she constantly talks to me every morning saying, Ms. Barbary, I got that kid's schedule changed. She's going to be in those classes. Ms. Barbary, I met with the high school counselor. We're going to make sure that the kids get an academic reading. So she works every day at the buildings to make sure that our students are getting what they need. I'm proud, to say the least. The next slide, the system that cannot go unnoticed would be our stakeholder engagement. I'll try to go quickly. Our district worked very closely last school year with the community to create a district strategic plan. And this strategic plan was done with a community involvement. They had community stakeholder meetings, they had focus groups, but out of that plan, there were 5 goals that were created. And those goals are awesome in the fact that everything we've been working towards match our goals. So our goals in Pine Bluff School District are paths for student success. What are we offering? The second one is to provide safe and supportive schools. Our third goal was to improve facilities. Way to go, passing a millage. Our fourth goal is to prepare educators. And fifth goal is community confidence. And I believe we're working towards all those. And the community confidence is huge. We passed a millage, and we couldn't have done that without our community. We couldn't have hired the teachers and non-renewed teachers without the support of everyone. We promote a positive presence on social media. I hope you had a chance to view some of the loop that was going through, but our students were coming together. We had Dalloway and Pine Bluff High and the 2 junior highs coming together, and the kids were nervous about bringing everybody together. And I'm gonna be honest, I think the community was more nervous than the kids. Our kids are doing great, by the way. Everybody keeps saying, what's it like bringing those 2 schools together? I don't know. It's just school. We're just having school. It's awesome. And so when we did that, we were talking about how can we continue to celebrate our positive things. And at a conference I went to, I heard a superintendent say that he was trying to hashtag, or he was trying to show 1 million magic moments. How can we show 1 million magic moments of great things for your district? And so we took that and we decided we're going to have 1 million magic moments for Pine Bluff School District, and we're going to hashtag it the Red Zebra. And our students came up with that, and it was fun. And currently we're not at 1 million, we're a little under 1,000, but we're working towards it. We just started in May or March, maybe. I think that's when we started it, or March. So I'm hoping somebody's hashtagging the Red Zebra right now, because this is a magic moment for us. Our students created a public service announcement for curfew and to stay safe. They're so talented. They rapped that, they wrote that, they came up with the beat for that. It was awesome. We have a very positive relationship with the radio station and the Pine Bluff commercial. I see Morrell met me my first day in January, and I said to him, all right, I'm going to interview with you, but you got to make me look good. And he said, oh, Miss Barbary, I can only report the news. And I promise you, he has supported and provided so much coverage for our district in a positive way. So it's meant a lot, and I appreciate that. It has. Deltaplex, I was on Deltaplex radio this morning. He texted me this morning and said, hey, do you have 10 minutes? I know you've got a busy day. Do you have 10 minutes just to share about your day today? And I said, absolutely, I do. Our community wants to hear, and I just appreciate the radio and the commercial and the news outlets that continue to show the things that we're doing in Pine Bluff. We welcome stakeholder engagement. Our mayor and the community is putting a banquet together for our state championship basketball team. They will be getting the rings this fall, and so we're going to have a big banquet for that. We have volunteers in the public schools, a strong presence, and again, our retired teachers. And I know I'm going over my time, so the next slide, I'm going to speed right through transportation. I want you to know that facilities and transportation is very important. We've merged and reconfigured schools for efficiency. We've developed a new plan for a high school. We're receiving partnership money as part of this plan. We have a millage increase. We're getting input from our community, and we have little committees. We're putting together committees for the design phase. We've secured all our buildings with remote access. On every campus, we put a fence around Pine Bluff High, which was some things that the people did not want, but we knew that it was what was best for kids. And so right now, we're saying it's a large, vast place, but we're securing as best we can. We've purchased 10 new air-conditioned buses. However, they're not here yet. We're still waiting on them. It would have been nice to have them when we had those 100-degree days. We've assigned responsibilities so that we have an organizational chart so that moving forward, there are people responsible to ensure that these things continue to get taken care of. We have plans to sell and our facilities that we still own, and we have sold some, and we're pursuing qualified maintenance personnel as well as bus drivers. Any of you guys have a CDL? Because we pay okay. We do. We could use some bus drivers. That's something that is a true concern for us as far as getting kids to and from school. The next, the last system that I want to address with you all is district operations and fiscal governance. And I don't have to say a whole lot about this because you got to hear from Dr. Rice and the board about the governance that they provide. It's been an amazing task to think about the challenging questions that they've had, the information that they just didn't know, that they've inquired about, that they've said, hey, can we come together? Can we do this? So as far as learning about the district and how the district works, we've worked in partnership. So that governance is there. We continue to work towards that and grow that as in depth. But our goal is when we're not here, that these systems are still in place so that Pine Bluff School District will always have its district in local control. This year, we've hired a new business manager, and Dr. Saunders was nice when he didn't say this, but we've had 5 business managers in the last 2 years. So there's where we got to fix things. And so by bringing on a new business manager, which, by the way, I stole from Stacy, so thank you. She's Miss Jamie Reed is in the back, and she's worked very hard on our Cycle 9 report. And I don't know if you noticed that spike in the legal balance there. It's because we were able to redistribute money that was being spent in certain areas that could be sent somewhere else. So we ended with a positive net legal balance. We actually had to move money to the building fund this year, which was awesome. It wasn't somewhere we thought we would be. The next thing is we've created, with Jamie's assistance and the district and the department's assistance, is a written standard of operating procedures. These are things that if we're not there, these people know that this is how we're going to function and get through things. Along with that right sizing, we have reduced certified salaries by 21% this school year. That is a fiscal savings of $3.9 million that we are not spending in salaries. And that is with the LEARNS Act raise. Our teachers all received that raise, but it's because we've right-sized and we've figured out where the key personnel are and looking at the budget. What you need to know is we are down 286 students this year in funding. We are a declining enrollment school, but those 286 students equates to $2,178,748. Well, we've reduced our expenditures. So like Dr. Saunders said, if we continue to pay attention to those numbers, now my hope is that we get those 300 kids back, and we're still right-sized for them at this time. But I can't say enough for the support that we've received. And as I end here, I want to thank the board, but I'd also like to thank you, Commissioner Leva. I mean, as you've come in this semester, you've also asked some tough questions and really eyed our board packets and paid attention. And so by you doing that and serving as our board, it's helped us understand another way of creating that governance and that positive process. So there's my presentation of our systems and the progress we've made, and I'd love to entertain any questions. And Dr. Rice, come back up and entertain any questions you may have. We'll still need that PowerPoint in a minute, but yeah, there you go.
Just briefly, Pine Bluff community, please stand with me. Next slide. With confident humility, we are requesting to regain local control of the Pine Bluff School District to operate as a school board with all the powers and authorities prescribed by the Arkansas Department of Education and State of Arkansas. Next slide. We're requesting continued fiscal support from DESE to support Superintendent Barbary and fiscal managers in the district to help maintain appropriate oversight, ensure accountability, and sustain fiscal confidence for all Pine Bluff community stakeholders. Next slide. And this is what I want to end with for the board. Now, if all goes well, we become the model. This is our journey. You see how I kind of set it up as a research paper. Now we're on the road show. So when we go to trainings, we have a story to tell. The monumental journey of the Pine Bluff School District, from state control with a limited authority board to local control, full authority board, and the passage of a $65 million millage. I don't know many school districts who have done that. Next slide. There's a story and lessons therein that the Pine Bluff School District can share and model to other school districts. I've gotten calls from Mississippi and Texas asking us, how did you do it? And that's where I'll end. Next slide. Okay, I'm done.
Let's do the next slide real quick, and we'll see if they do. So, next slide, please. For recommendation from the Department of Education to the State Board, the division respectfully requests that the State Board find that the district has met the criteria to exit Level 5 intensive support and remove the Level 5 classification and allow the district to receive Level 5 directed support. We also request that you find that the district has corrected all issues that has caused the classification of fiscal distress and remove the district from fiscal distress classification. Recommend also that you accept the Pine Bluff Limited Authority Board's proposal for their future board elections and remove all limitations from the Limited Authority Board so that they may retain full administration of the district to the local board. And if you have any questions or need clarifications, any of us are happy to answer those.
Thank you very much. Board members to my right first. Questions down here?
I just have one.
Yes.
And I just want to make sure I understood, Dr. Rice, when you talked about your plan for the proposed school board elections. So is the proposal that all of you remain in place with one person coming up for election in 2024?
That's correct. All of us come up in November 2024. That was the original
All of you would
plan.
go for 24, and then you would
No,
draw
no,
one. Just one person.
One person in 2024.
And I would just love for you to speak on like why that plan.
Well, we thought about it and we went back and forth. At first, we know that we have to make some changes to our policies. Our original policy says 3 years. But when we're looking at other school districts and also thinking about the continuity, that capacity, that confidence that we want to, we recently had a board member and we decided together as 5 years. We also were looking at the timeline, and it was something that I missed in terms of seeing how it lays out. So the plan that we've given would allow that 5-year term. If we chopped it down and we say, okay, that 2 board members would start serving in 2024, some board members would miss out on that, and then we would have 1 year where we wouldn't actually have an election because of the way that it was scheduled. And so when we came back together and put our minds together, we decided that this was the best strategy going forward. We had to extend it out a little farther, but that way all of those board members starting in November 2024 would have an opportunity to serve that 5-year term. And we had a work session with the SBA to get feedback from them as well. Thank you.
Questions? Questions down here, Ms. Rollins? Mr. Woods?
I do have a question, but I'll wait my turn. What authority do we have to set the future procedures with regard to elections? It seems to me that once we return them to local control, they'll set their own policies. Would that not be correct?
So during your order today, during your recommendation or your motion that you make, if there's something that you want to adjust on that would be what you would put in your motion.
And would they be obligated to abide by that?
If that's what the direction, if that's the condition for being released.
Okay.
And if I'm saying something wrong, attorneys, make sure, come correct me.
Okay, good to know. Then it's worth the discussion, I suppose, about the elections. I do have a concern about the proposed timeline. That's really, of all the things that I heard today, that was the only thing that really struck me. I'm a former school board member in Little Rock, so I understand the discussion about the elections, and I understand the sentiment of continuity. But I have come to appreciate that more important than continuity is the public's voice and engagement in the process as often as possible and as large of turnout as possible. And I can say that in your odd year elections, people are going to get elected to the school board with dozens of votes. And in your even year elections, people are going to get elected to the school board with thousands of votes. And that is a tremendous difference. And I believe that elections should be held in even years when we vote for president and governor. Vote for school board also, because you have the most people coming to vote in those elections. It would mean 3 being up for election in one even year and 4 being up for election in the next even year. But I believe that if there is, in the worst case scenario, that 4 people are removed at one time, that's because the people of the community have chosen that those 4 people don't need to return to the school board, and continuity is not more important, in my opinion. I'm just one opinion. but in my opinion, continuity is not more important than the people's voice there. So I would actually ask, I guess I'll make a motion maybe in a bit, and the board can speak whether they agree on in a vote on that. But I would ask that we amend that to be three people being elected in the next even year, and then 4 people being elected in the even year election following that.
I do want to make a comment about that. I know this board did meet publicly, talking those conversations. I know they brought in ASBA with those conversations. I saw several different scenarios that were presented to me with 2-2-2, 1-1. I mean, just the different ones. The one message that kept coming over and over and over again, and this was even with the ASBA consulting, is right now we have a functioning, limited authority appointed board that had 31 applicants that applied to be a part of the board. Those 31 folks were vetted, they were interviewed, they went through a process to get on the board. This last 8 months, they have demonstrated the ability to show consistency and active learning and participation in what it means to be a board member. You have to remember the previous board failed. And so making sure that we have consistency as we move forward. It is your decision if you decide to do the conversation around how many at a time, so to be able to have that consistency and slowly move back to a completely elected board. But that was part of the conversation. So I'm going to step back and if let these folks address that if they have any comments.
Well, the comment I have is when we met and had the work session, you know, our board was just concerned, how can we continue with the stability that we have when they've only been appointed since January? They haven't had, they're still learning, and that's what I kind of talked about earlier. When I say they're still learning, we're still having financial training, we're still looking at academics, you know, they're doing building and facility walks with the new high school project. Not that another board member coming on couldn't do that, but just in efforts to ensure that those systems get built strongly, it was important to say we were going to have consistency across the board. When we consulted with ASBA, their recommendation was the 1-1-1-2-2. And then our board had conversation to do, like what Ms. Smith said, the different combinations. Our policy is that we would have the November election, so that's when it is. I know it's an odd year, but there's no more having a spring and a fall. You can only have the one. And so we chose to do the November election because more people do vote in the fall rather than the spring. So that's just parts of the conversation that we had. I just think that the board really was solid on trying to keep them together as long as they could, so that we could see the tasks that we had placed get done, you know.
Regardless of a slight disagreement on the election part, I want to say I'm excited to vote for your return to full local control, and to your credit, Dr. Barbary, oftentimes superintendents come to us and the information they provide is a little surface level, and sometimes the answers to questions are lacking depth. But you're demonstrating a tremendous depth of knowledge in your capacity to lead this district. And feel very confident about the future of the Pine Bluff School District. So good job to all of you.
Thank you.
I want to make just a quick comment to say my question was in no way meant to insinuate that the board is not doing great. Y'all have done tremendous work. As we are sitting here though talking about, I think probably in favor of local control, I just wanted to get out there, where did that come from, and just make sure that we have done our due diligence and making sure that we are truly giving the community back their school and that they have a voice in everything that they do. Thank you. Thank you.
More questions? Mr. Bragg?
Thank you. I am totally impressed with the progress you've made. I know there's been difficult years in the past, but I'm especially encouraged by the support of the community, and definitely believe that, you know, it needs to be returned to local control. I share some concerns, but also think with the progress you've made in such a short period of time, there's value in continuity. And, so you've come a long way, and I think having this team in place to secure the ongoing improvements is important. So, but I commend you on your efforts.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ms. Keener? Ms. Hunter?
I do have one question, and it's only because I'm new and I'm just learning. But I want to ensure that every section of the district is represented. When the Limited Authority Board was appointed, was there one from every zone? Okay, and so to ensure that that continues, that one area isn't overrepresented. Okay, great.
No, thank you. We have 7 zones, and so the department utilized support for geographic regions, and so they created those 7 zones. So each board member has their own zone.
Perfect.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Ms. Hunter?
Yeah, so, well, I'm just going to say bravo. I mean, I live in Jefferson County. I think most of you know that. And this has just, and I'm a graduate of Pine Bluff High School, full product of the Pine Bluff school system a long time ago. But this actually has just made me so proud, and has just, I'm crying with you. It is an incredibly emotionally charged subject. And whenever you get so emotional, you know it's important to you. And there is nothing more important than our children and their futures. So, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you for your leadership. And I am exhausted after listening
I'm
to
sorry.
you. You are, so much. But, so, that aside, so could we, and this may be more to Stacy, but, I mean, I really want to understand when local control is turned over. There is this years-long process where they're going to send us reports quarterly. But, you know, I think about this exit criteria document that you went over. I mean, are we going, I mean, maybe you don't do the exit criteria, but are we going to monitor that, see progress and growth on that? Because, you know, right now it's a 3.13 overall, which is about 78%. And, you know, personally, I'd like to see better than a C. So could you just talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so in the rules, outlined in the rules, it does say that the department will continue to monitor in those areas that were outlined in the exit criteria. It's the district's responsibility to make sure that they're providing quarterly reports to the department. But our team will still be there monitoring, and it'll be the district's responsibility to continue to report to us their progress in those areas. But we're not going away. Our team is still there, and we will still be pushing in, specifically looking at these criteria and others. There was many other things which Jennifer shared with you today in her 20-minute presentation. Pause on that. I'm going to talk to her about time management at some point. There's so much in there of work that was done that is not on that exit criteria or sheet, right? And so those are the areas for your reports that you'll continue to get. We'll invite Jennifer back with a stopwatch in front of her over the next year for her to be able to come back and say, this is where we're at. We'll have the board come back. So you will hear from them. Those reports will go on to the state board agenda, and you'll hear from them.
Thank you. And I mean, I really want to see, like, data, you know, not, and I love narratives, and I love all that, but, you know, real, measurable progress.
I said this to you at dinner last night. They write books and they make movies about schools that transform, but we're talking about a district and we're talking about a community. And I'm going to tell you, all the elements for a blockbuster are in place right now. And if they can continue to do what they've done in the last 8 months, there will be movies and books written about Pine Bluff.
Mr. Henderson?
I really don't have a question, but I do have a comment. You know, when you talk about school board elections, I guess my view is a little bit different. I think having this board in place creates a foundation. When you're trying to build a home, foundation is very important. And I think it's value in that. And also, I just want to commend the board, the leadership of the board, the superintendent, as well as the community. I know there's been a lot of tough decisions been made. And one thing that I really admire, it was mentioned several times, the win. And you know, when I think about win, I think about teamwork. I think about the ability of what you guys been able to accomplish. I'm very proud and I'm happy to sit here to listen at all the accomplishments that you guys have made. Well done job.
More questions? Okay. Yes, Ms. Rollins.
Dr. Moore and I were here 5 years ago when your community came to this board to talk to us. And at that time, I was so impressed with the energy from the community and the such heartfelt emotion when you came to us and really asked, and we really took that to heart and listened. And we've listened all these years. To see this community grow, it's been amazing. And you do all need to be so very proud of yourselves. I am very proud of all of you. My feeling on your proposal is you've studied this. You know your community wants you to stay or you wouldn't have brought this to us. I fully support what you're bringing us today. And I'm sure ASBA has guided you along this path. So I would strongly support what you brought to us.
We will, at this point, unless there's any other comments at this moment, we will move into public comment and then we'll open it up, back up to discussion before any motion can be made. Does that sound okay with board members? Great. So public comment are procedures. Each person who signed up to speak will get 3 minutes. Unfortunately, we will kind of cut you off if you go too long. We're sorry about that, but want to make sure everyone gets heard. We'll set a timer up here and just kind of nudge you as your time is on. I know so many individuals in this room have worked so hard and have so much to share, and we so appreciate that. I'm going to start on the list as it goes down. First signed up was Jacqueline Gilbert.
Good morning, Arkansas State Board members. My name is Jacqueline Gilbert, and to all of the panel guests, to our limited board, to the members of the community, I am a graduate of Pine Bluff High School. I went through the Pine Bluff School District. I would not be where I am today if it were not for the diligence and the excellent education that I had in Pine Bluff School District. I am an Army veteran officer, retired professor, and a business owner here in Pine Bluff. And this is extremely passionate for me, for the school district to have local control, because I wouldn't be where I was if we didn't have local control when I graduated in as a concerned stakeholder, I would like to make a recommendation that the Pine Bluff School District stakeholders who diligently work to get the limited board return to local control. And we'd like to have elections as a person who is an active voting member here. Local control is important. And as an Army veteran, being able to vote is even more extremely important, especially when I was overseas and somebody told me I couldn't. So I am really interested. All of the limited board members are wonderful. I am so proud of them. But I also want to make sure that everybody has a voice. There were 31 applications, and of those 31 applications, those persons could have been a part of this board. And in the democratic society, like you mentioned earlier, we vote for our elected officials for our school district. And for them to continue with their work, let us make the choice to vote them also. We don't have specific term limits for our board members. So if we did, then they would be gone. Consistency is what everybody has been talking about, but what about my voice? Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Charlene Wright.
I would like to say good morning, and I see new faces. I see some smiling because I've been here numerous times, and as I sit here, I'm trying, as they say, not to have emotion, because as I reflect back from 2018 to 2023, we have been concerned stakeholders from the consolidation aspect, annexation, from the appointment of the limited board instead of the strategic learning, strategic planning committee, and also the school zone. And I was also a part of our Pine Bluff School District stakeholders in opposition to the millage. Not that we were opposing a new school, but we felt that with the LEARNS legislation, an aspect said that if we were not returned to local control, then our $67 million could be allocated possibly to a charter school or to Watson Chapel School. So we were not opposing a new school. That's not what we were doing. Even though some thought it was myths, rumors, they were unlearned in the LEARNS legislation, what it could do. We are in complete support for local control. But as I look back, because even as I didn't do one because I was really, I usually be very, I'm overwhelmed because this is a day of reckoning that I have been here. We have been here for years making comments. Those of you, like I say, I see a lot of you for the last, since 2021, we've been here allocating, making awareness, and even with the opposition, we created an awareness throughout the community that we had a level 5 intensive support deadline of November the 8th. So even though the millage passed, our opposition, we still were winners because our community became aware, hey, this is a situation we need to be aware of. So today, I'm saying this has been a long journey, and I really appreciate, I think my husband had to step out. At times, there were only 2 of us here, but we stayed encouraged for our district that where there were 2 or 3, the Lord was in the midst. And we came here, strugglers, fighting for our district, and we are here today fighting for our district. And as Mrs. Gilbert stated, and as Mr. Rice, Dr. Rice stated, I am a Democratic person. I appreciate the limited board, but I also feel in a democratic process that we should have a voice. If we don't, I'm really for getting rid of all 7 and letting them run again. But I could even say, let's do 3 this year, 4. But I really feel that with them as leaders, some of them, that we could still be successful. And I am a proud graduate of Pine Bluff High School from 1975. And also I taught in the district 28 years from that's it, give it this, that's a hand break. I went there and labored from 1979 to 2007 and came back again as a math coach. And when they got out of their little predicament at Jack Robin, moved on to Pine Bluff High School. So I am a fighter for the Pine Bluff School District, and I know that with the leadership of some of the limited board members, but we should also have a democratic voice in some of them being replaced, or even let them, like they say. And I was part of the push for a limited board. Our stakeholders didn't know that that was part of the annexation governance, but I made them aware. I've been, someone might say I'm a rebel rouser or whatever, but you have to have struggles to get people on the right page. And I've been there to making them aware. I was one of the co-chairpersons for the limited board. Spent resources, time, energy in our home. It became a table, a war room. And so, yes, I'm warring, and I will be back again.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. That is time. If you want to wrap up, you can have a few more seconds.
Okay. I do appreciate you all. I appreciate our limited board. I appreciate Superintendent Barberie and all, but they know that I'm for the Pine Bluff School District, return to local control, and I feel that this has created an awareness and that there are other stakeholders that can also provide the consistency that our district need on a path to success.
Thank you. Up next, we have Julius Wright.
Good afternoon, Arkansas State Board members, security, and Secretary Jacob Olivia, and all others present. I am Julius Wright, a concerned Pine Bluff School District stakeholder. And as concerned Pine Bluff School District stakeholder, I have been a member of the Unified Stakeholders Committee. Our Pine Bluff School District Committee and the Pine Bluff School District stakeholders from consolidation, as well as a member of the Pine Bluff branch of National Association for the Advancement of Colored People. As a concerned Pine Bluff School District holder, I would like to communicate our support of the new Atlas Teaching and Learning Assessment System. In our review of the new Atlas end of the year summative assessment, we feel that the changes would achieve equality for all students are the end of the course exam for Algebra 1, Geometry, and Biology. This is the significant, and all students will be assessed on their current subject content. This will impact the achievement rate of the Pine Bluff School District students, as well as all students in Arkansas State of Arkansas. The 9th and 10th grade students enrolled in Algebra 1, Geometry, and Biology for the past 7 years was not assessed in their student enrollment in the current content area. This will profoundly equalize the achievement of ESSA, report grade of the Pine Bluff School District school, as well as all Arkansas students in the 8th, 9th, and 10th grades in Algebra 1, Geometry, and Biology. We also support the Atlas because it will provide equal access to all teachers to review every item in the test bank to create formative assessment in preparation for the students to be successful of their summative assessment. They will provide equality in achievement and ESSA report grades, whereas all teachers did not have equal access to the test bank nor release items of the ACT Aspire assessment for the past 7 years. This created a disparity, low achievement, created failed status quo, and dominoes for the LEARNS legislation. We concerned Pine Bluff school stakeholders are concerned if the ELA indicator will include a writing assessment because the past administrator did not grade the writing assessment. But the writing assessment included the ELA indicator, which include reading, English, and the writing assessment, which was not graded. We want to know if this practice, not grading the writing assessment, will be discontinued in the ELA indicator. In closing, we, the Pine Bluff stakeholders, are in support of the Arkansas Teaching and Learning Assessment System and hope that it achieves equity, advanced policies and practices that eliminate discrimination and accelerate the well-being and education of our students. Thank you for allowing me to have comments on this morning, this afternoon, in behalf of Pine Bluff School District concerned stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. Up next, we have Gregory Maddox.
I didn't write a speech. Welcome to Pine Bluff. Good afternoon. I'm not even here in support of all these guys. They did great work. We're here for one thing. 4,000 people who are America's future. Every child out there, whether in Jefferson County, Pine Bluff, Watson Chapel, Sheridan, I don't care. That's America's future, and we're here for them. We're going to do the best we can. I support the women and men that have made all of this great progress. Unlike her, though, I like to see something better than to see. But please, and I was one of the opposition members, but I changed my mind, and I think I collectively changed a whole bunch of people's minds to vote for the millage. Would you please return the school district to local control and come back with a CDL?
Thank you, Mr. Maddox. Up next, we have Eugene Hunt.
Madam Chair and the entire board and to all of those who are here, I simply signed up to encourage the board to return local control, given the presentations made by the Pine Bluff School Board and Dr. Barbary, and I earnestly believe that, well, in fact, I know we're ready for local control. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have Jesse Turner. Jess Turner.
Good afternoon. I think the protocol has been established. I'm here today on behalf of the Pine Bluff Interested Citizens for Voter Registration, as well as the Pine Bluff Faith Community Coalition Ministerial Alliance. We support education. We support seeing this board return to local control. As pastors and ministers in Pine Bluff, we are doing something that is rare around this nation. We are adopting schools. We are in the schools. We are walking hallways and assisting administrations, not only but Pine Bluff, but both districts. So today is a historical day, and we are here as representation of the pastors in our city, because I don't believe there's one Pine Bluff pastor who would say no to returning local control. We are all here together for our children. Without education, they are a lost cause. We believe, as Frederick Douglass said years ago, it's better to build strong children than to repair broken men. And we believe with this board, who is working together to move things forward, the superintendent, and all of the residents who are here, who really want to see our kids succeed, that a vote to give control back to local authority will be a great day in Pine Bluff. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have Trammell Howe. Apologize if I said your name incorrectly. Trammell. Okay, I'm sorry.
Good evening again, everyone. You know, it's good to see you guys, and I always thank you for giving us the time to let you know how our community is still 110% behind our limited school board and our Superintendent Barbary, along with Ms. Stacy Smith and her team. And once again, this is just a great day. It's a great day to be in this community and with us. And I'm always so emotional because it's about our kids. It's about our kids here. My kids have graduated and gone now, but I still live in this community. I still know so many kids that are beautiful that just want the best for all of us. So with that being said, I said, you know, this has been a long journey. This has been a long journey for us, because I was one of the 100 that said, please take our school district over. I was one of the ones speaking the loudest, take us, because we needed help. Now I'm still one of the loudest saying, we are ready. What does Deion Sanders say? That we coming? He's like, no, we here. We're here. And we're here because we are here for the betterment of our school district, for our kids, for our community. We are here to continue. No, we know we're not where we need to be, but we know that we're making progress. And we know if we continue this progress, that it's nothing but up from here, and it's nothing but excellence from our community. And with us all working together and continuing to work together, that we're on this journey together. And I have to truly thank Ms. Stacy and Ms. Barbary, because they truly stepped up when I was truly confused and we felt like we wasn't getting anything done. They stepped up for us. So with that, I just want to thank you guys. I'm glad you got a chance to come to Pine Bluff and actually see our school and our students, to see that new school, when you come back, you know, it will be better, bigger and better than anything, and our students will continue to be progressing in every area. So we just thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have Miss Rosalina Mauser.
Good afternoon. Rosalind Mauser, moved here in 1965, second grade, Pine Bluff School District, 1976 graduate of Pine Bluff High School. Returned in 1984 and have practiced law in the city since then. So every day, you and I and everyone in this room, if the Lord grants us the life, we get up every day to make a good difference, a bad difference, or not to do anything. Now, one of the ways we got to where Tramiel Howell stood in front of you and said, please take us over, help us, is too many people like myself chose the third option, do nothing. I had no child in a public school, and I really wasn't focused until Go Forward Pine Bluff brought Tramiel Howell to a board meeting. And she's passionate, right? We're all trying not to cry, but she's very passionate. And I went home and told my husband, who's also practiced in law a lot longer than I have actually, we need to be involved. So if I'm one of you, and we've all gotten real excited over the last 2 to 3 years, right? We passed the millage. Once again, the business community, Go Forward Pine Bluff and Simmons Bank, stepped up. We could not have financed our millage campaign without those. So if I'm you guys, I'm going to say, okay, this was all a big whirlwind. Great, right? We just got married, right? Everybody's excited. Now we have to live day to day with one another. Where will your business community be? That's what I would be thinking in my mind, because the success of a school district and a city, they are married, aren't they? They're intertwined. The business community is talking like I've never heard it talk in the last 4 decades. So don't think that we're going away. We will be supportive of our staff, our teachers, and our kids. So obviously, I'm in favor of returning control to the local board and for its proposal of terms as Dr. Rice has set forth. Thank you for your time, and thank you for your service to the state of Arkansas, and welcome to Pine Bluff.
Thank you. Up next, we have John Finley.
Hello. I'm a fairly new transplant to Arkansas from Utah. I got here about 3.5 years ago. I wasn't really aware of the problems that were happening here, but I came to learn more about the way Pine Bluff operates, and it is disappointing to me that there is so much lack of transparency and corruption. I fear, my biggest fear, is that the money that the school district has is going to go into developers' pockets and not into fostering the passion that children really need in order to succeed. My mother was a kindergarten teacher. She has a PhD in developmental psychology with an emphasis, she did her dissertation on criterion reference testing. I was taught from a young age the difference between right and wrong and the power that passion can have. And growing up in Utah, our schools had occasional problems. Buildings were old. That was not an impediment to learning. Walking around a bucket where the ceiling was leaking didn't affect me as a child. The passion that you have as a kid, I don't think that any of the children here know or understand the difference between state control and local control. I actually don't. But what I see is a power struggle, and I hope that the people that are in control here have the true best interest of the children in mind, because that's what's right. I hope that they're not tap dancing in the hallway after this because they're going to get to put a whole bunch of money in their pockets without oversight. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have Alfred Carroll.
Good afternoon. And I'm going to stick to what I got on my telephone. And then we'll all be all right. Good afternoon and welcome. Alfred Carroll, 39-year veteran educator, Pine Bluff School District, 18-year Jefferson County Justice of the Peace District 1. To this accomplished school board, superintendent, these champions of the community. And I say champions because they've been here, they're here this morning, and they've been here for years and throughout generations, trying to improve the quality of life in Pine Bluff and the education of our young people. I was going to talk about the school board and return to local control, but everybody's done that. So let me talk about, mention the student and community financial literacy engagement activity that I was a part of yesterday at Pine Bluff High School's gym. 12th grade students interacted at multiple stations with community leaders, writing checks, balancing checkbooks, engaging in financial literacy conversations, and making real life financial decisions. It was a great teaching and learning activity. Sorry you guys missed it. I'm looking forward to its repeat. And it was exciting to interact with young people. I only had one problem. I had one problem that I shared with many of our female students. They did not have a scenario where they had a broken fingernail. Boy, they had some gems of fingernails on their hands. No literacy decision about, I broke a fingernail. That's gonna be $50. Can I afford that this week, or have I got to wait? But it was a great activity, and I want to compliment Pine Bluff High School's administration, the teachers, the 12th grade students that participated, the students at large as I came up on the campus, the security personnel that were on the campus, those administrators and teachers that were out on the campus monitoring the students. And I especially want to thank the Jefferson County Extension Office and Mrs. Pia Woods, its director. That was a great activity to help our young people with financial literacy. And I just wish that you guys could have been a part of that to actually see some of the things Superintendent Barberie was talking about. Thank you.
Thank you. Check, was anyone else signed up? Okay, that's all I have on my list. So at this point in time, let's go back to board members and see if there's any further questions or points of discussion. I'll start down here, Mr. Henderson.
No.
Ms. Wood.
want to say that I hate that it's characterized as us giving control back, because it's very clear that you took it back. And I hope that history and the media reports it that way, because it has almost nothing to do with us and everything to do with what you guys did.
I don't have a question, but the presentation, the data made me excited of all the growth of our students in the community coming after COVID, just seeing progress. It really makes me excited. And I especially enjoyed the tour today, getting to see the children, teachers, and interaction with administration. It was great.
Thank you. Ms. Rollins, Mr. Bragg, Mr. Wood, Ms. Ginger, Ms.
So, I don't know if this is appropriate to ask this question, but I'm kind of going back to the conversation earlier about the election cycle. And, you know, I very much support the idea of even year elections for the reasons that have already been stated. And so as I look at the slide that you had in your deck, was just trying to go compromise here, was there a discussion about 6-year terms and then like do 2, 2, and 2 in 24, 26, and 28? I mean, I guess it would be 2, 2, and 7. Something like that, where it's not elections every year.
Yeah, we started with that. I think the original model was 2 in 24, 2 in 25, 2 in 26, and then 1. And then talking with the ASBA, and then talking again with the board members in terms of looking at trying to make sure that we had board members within that 5-year cycle. And we didn't, of course, we don't know the election dates, but just, mathematically, can we make sure that when someone is elected that we, within those 5 years, that we don't have a gap where we miss a year? And so that was the kind of our first approach to doing that. And, we presented that to community, and the community supported that. They wanted many of us to continue, or really all of us to continue to serve until such a time that, the vote would have to take place in the public. And so, that was our mindset going forward.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Board member, any further discussion? Okay. I will take a moment to again reiterate what everyone has said of the hard work that's gone on by teachers, by administrators, by staff, by community members to support students. Man, like I said, there's no hope like seeing 3- and 4-year-olds this morning learning and having fun and cheering each other on is an awesome way to start the day, and even better to continue to hear from you all and the hard work. Board members, I think as I sort of consider the options on the table with you all, I think back to, unfortunately, over my tenure here and over the past 2 decades, we have seen districts yo-yoing in and out of state control. And I don't think anyone in this room wants that to happen again. We want this district to be on the path to success moving forward. We want every student to have the utmost opportunity to achieve and reach great heights. So as I'm thinking about this proposed board, I'm thinking about how are we setting up the district to succeed. And in the cases where we have seen districts, spend a year or 2 and then come right back to the state, why has that occurred? And it seems to be a trend that's occurred because there have been very rapid transitions where superintendents have come and gone. We see a lot in this part of the state of superintendent turnover happening very quickly. And with that comes lots of changes, and the things that have been built upon wash away. And so I think that's sort of ringing in the back of my mind of how do we learn from lessons of the past, and how do we try to support this district as we move forward. So those are my comments. Any others at this time, or we'll open up the floor for a motion.
I agree that a elected school board certainly is extremely important, but I also understand the work of the board. As a school board member for many, many years, and the fact that you're working so well together is extremely important if you're going to move this district forward. So I would make the motion that we accept the proposed school board election service format that you've presented us today.
There's a motion on the floor. Does there need to be any more pieces of this motion? I know we received a letter from the state saying that the district has corrected its criteria. Is that legal? But Mr. Rhodes, thank you. Sorry.
Thank you, Board. So I will probably give you this slide in a minute, just so that you're able to make a proper motion, because that's right. So, and you may be able to just rework what I effectively state as your motion, but effectively what you would be ratifying and voting on is that the district has met the criteria to exit level 5 intensive support, remove the level 5 classification, and allow the district to receive level 4 directed support. That you find that the district has corrected all issues that caused the classification of fiscal distress and removed the district from fiscal distress classification. That you accept the Pine Bluff Limited Authority Board's proposal for future board elections, and that you remove all limitations from the Limited Authority Board and return full administration of the district to the local board. So that can be one motion, or you can have separate motions.
Thank you. So as we have a motion on the floor right now, we look for a second to that and then additional, or would you like to amend your motion as this includes?
Yes, I can amend this motion to include, I guess, everything on your recommendation. Do you want me to read all this again?
No,
You did so well.
I think it would be cleaner for you guys to do that, but if you want to vote to do what Andre said, I'm sure that's probably fine. The transcript will be a little odd, but again, as long as it is voted on that you're doing each one of those 4 things, then it will be a proper motion or set of motions. Again, it's up to you.
I'll go ahead and read it just to
Okay.
make sure that we're all on the same page. And Dr. Moore, do you want to break
Okay,
these up?
so you're-
or-
No, I mean, your motion will be
Okay.
these portions.
We find that the district has met the criteria to exit level 5 intensive support, remove level 5 classification, and allow the district to receive level 4 district support. We also find that the district has corrected all issues that caused the classification of fiscal distress and removed the district from fiscal distress classification. Accept the Pine Bluff Limited Authority Board's proposal for future board elections, and remove all limitations from the Limited Authority Board and return full administration of the district to the local board. That is our motion, my motion.
There's a motion on the table. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Hunter. Okay, do we need a roll call? We'll do a roll call.
Dr. Moore, before we vote,
Yes,
can I
discussion.
make a motion to amend the motion?
If there's a motion to amend the motion, we need a second to that. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, is there a second to amend the motion?
Do we get to know what the motion is amending?
Yeah.
I'll second it for you, Jeff, if that's what you would like, just to hear what we want.
Sure. Listen, I'm doing this because I don't want to vote against the bigger motion, okay?
That's my
I
problem.
don't want this to kill it. I don't want to vote no. So I want to make my piece in a proposed amendment to the proposal, and it can pass or fail. And then I want to vote to return this district to local control. So with that, I'm going to move to amend the motion to direct the Pine Bluff School Board to adopt 4-year terms for the members of the Board of Directors, and for them to draw lots for 3 members to be elected in 2024, for 4 to be elected in 2026, and for them to be elected on even years thereafter.
Okay, so there's an amended motion. If this is it, do we vote first to amend the motion? Is that correct? And
Correct.
then,
So if that were to pass, then you would have a separate vote to then actually adopt, right? Because you're simply amending the item to be voted on at this time. Now, just to clarify, because I don't think that was clarified before, 614-102, which is the annual school election date statute, does state that there are annual school elections that shall be held on particular dates. And it does say that it can be an even numbered years. It can be the preferential primary day or the general election. And in odd number years, it would be the second Tuesday in November and the second Tuesday in May. So it is anticipated that there are annual school election dates. Now, positions are not the only things that go on school board election dates, but it tends to be the primary driver for an election. So, while it may be preferential to have perhaps a majority of the seats to be held on even numbered years, there is statute that anticipates that there be odd numbered year elections.
But not for members of the board. Doesn't have to be. That annual school election,
It can be for multiple
if there are no
reasons.
board of directors up for election, it's just an annual election to approve the current millage.
That's right. There could be multiple items or one item, and it doesn't necessarily have to be the seat. But again, it is anticipated that you have an annual school election year. Part of the reason why you do have different plans for certain elections having one seat as opposed to two or three is to have staggered terms. If you do have a situation where you have multiple seats in one year, multiple seats in another, then you could have a situation where you may have an entirely, like half of the board being you one year, and then have a complete turnaround the next year, and then there is no carryover, and you may not have stability, which is probably what's going back to what they're proposing. So again, you can amend the motion, just everybody be aware that there is an anticipation for an annual school board election.
so at this point, I think, is there any discussion on that amendment? Okay, so do we need to clarify, our first vote is whether to accept the amended part of the motion?
The first, that's right.
So we are right now voting on Mr. Wood's proposal, a different plan for board elections.
Dr. Moore, for clarification, did I get a second to my motion?
I'll second it.
Okay.
So there's a motion, an amended motion and a second.
Correct.
At this point, this first vote will be roll call, and it'll strictly be on the timeline for election of a board member. After that, there'll be another vote on the return of local control.
If the amendment is successful, then you would have a subsequent vote on the amended motion.
Okay.
If it fails, then you would
Then we
have to
go back
clarify
to-
that it is to the original motion that
Okay.
was read by the vice chair. Correct.
Okay. So to clarify, this vote right now is not the vote on local control. It is a vote on what does that board look like?
Correct.
And that is Mr. Woods.
Question.
Yes.
So, just to be clear, are we in conflict with the statute if we designate even number of years?
Not directly, again.
Okay.
It is anticipated that there be an election, and the statute sets the dates in which that election needs to occur. It does not mandate that seats be up in each in each annual election.
Okay, any more questions? Okay, so this first vote, again, is on the type of election that will occur. We will do a roll call. Ms. Rollins?
No.
Ms. Woods?
Yes.
Ms. Hunter?
No.
Mr. Henderson?
No.
Mr. Wood?
Yes.
Ms. Keener?
No.
Mr. Bragg? Okay, so that the amendment failed, so now back on the table is the initial motion to return to local control and have the proposed school board election as stated.
That's correct. So
That's
we're going
correct.
back to the vice chair's motion.
Okay, and we have a motion on that. Did we get a second? Yes, we got a second. So now we're voting on that motion.
Correct.
Okay, and not to restate the whole part of it, but that will be, again, the return to control to the limited authority board with the proposed plan in place.
That is the motion for all the 4 statements that you read from.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay, so we will be voting on Ms. Rollins' motion now as a roll call. Ms. Rollins?
Yes.
Ms. Woods?
Yes.
Ms. Hunter?
Yes.
Mr. Henderson?
Yes.
Mr. Wood?
Yes.
Ms. Keener?
Yes.
Mr. Bragg?
Yes.
With that, the motion passes. Thank you all for your continued support. This is just the start of, I know, a lot more work by so many members in this room. We thank you for that, and we're excited for the future of your students in this community. Board members, we'll take a break right now before we have some few action items. So let's see, what time is it? Oh, it's already 1:10. It's 1:10. We'll come back at 1:20 or 1. Okay, so we have some lunch. So we'll come back at 1:40. We'll come back at 1:40.
And very often they didn't get along with each other. But that was the he or she has to know that with the actors primarily, you want to work with the actors. You all
Did he eat lunch with us? Oh, I feel badly. Okay. Thank you, Matthew.
Yes. Allie's always excited.
This is odd.
I know, we're not looking at each other.
I graduated from high school.
Okay, so if you have to go on the road, down the road.
Oh, really?
We just have the 2 action items. What time do you need to be here? Sorry.
It's okay. It just came out of the blue.
Yeah.
You know, he said that the
Thank you. Oh, did Sharon want this? Okay, we're good when y'all are good.
Kristen and his wife have sisters.
Great. Welcome back. A little smaller audience now, but we're glad we have work to continue to do. So we're going to look at action item number 2, a request for a 1-year standards of accreditation waiver for Calico Rock. We have Dr. Sutherland.
So Matthew Sutherland, Director of Standards and System Support. Calico Rock is requesting a 1-year standards for accreditation waiver for 1A5 class size for the 2023-2024 school year. The request is to exceed the maximum number of students in 4th grade by 1 student. The district has also requested to exceed the class average by 3 students for 3rd grade for a total of 25. But just keep in mind that you can have an average of 23 and a maximum of 25 in 3rd grade. But since they only have 1 class, they're having to request this waiver for that because they can't reach that average. And they should be on the Zoom if the Zoom is connected.
Okay. Thank you. Questions of board members? Mr. Henderson? Ms. Woods?
Can you clarify what you said just one more time?
So they can have an average of 23 students, but they can have a maximum of 25. But since they only have 1 class, they can't get to that average.
The average. Again, how many are in the current class? It was 20. They're going up to 25?
They're going up to 25.
Ms. Salon, do you have questions? Ms. Rollins? Mr. Bragg? Mr. Wood? Ms. Keener?
No, I will say, I appreciate that in their waiver request, they pointed out the academic success of this teacher. So, you know, makes me feel very good about their request.
Ms. Hunter? I did have a question. I know we approve these for various reasons every year. What is the rationale behind a standards of accreditation waiver versus a 1240 waiver?
So it's only for 1 year, and
Okay.
then after that year, they can't get that waiver again.
Okay.
For the consecutive year.
Okay, so if
Yeah.
they were to have this issue, say that this class moves up to 4th grade next year?
They would need to make accommodations in terms of human capital to accommodate that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Any further questions? Then the floor is open for a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to grant the waiver request, accreditation from Calico Rock.
Motion by Mr. Henderson to approve the request. Is there a second?
Second.
The second by Ms. Hunter. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed. Motion passes. Thank you.
All right. So the next item is Mountainburg School District is requesting a standards for accreditation waiver for the 2023-2024 school year for 3rd grade. So in your description, it does say 2nd grade, but I think there was some confusion in the letter whenever I was reading over it. So it's just for 3rd grade. And the 3rd grade is over the maximum number of students by 1 student for all classes and 3 students for just social studies and science.
Questions to my right? Mr. Henderson? Ms. Woods? Ms. Salon? questions down here, Ms. Rollins, Mr. Bragg, Mr. Wood, and Ms. Keener, Ms. Hunter? Okay, with that, do we have we don't think the district's on?
I think they're probably, I didn't see
Okay,
them on,
yeah, we didn't see it went on the Zoom. With that, the floor is open for a motion.
I'll make the motion that we approve the waiver for Mountainburg School District.
Okay, a motion to approve the waiver by Ms. Rollins. Is there a second? A second by Ms. Woods. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Thank
you. We move on now to the consent agenda. With the consent agenda, are there any items that board members want to discuss? I'll give you a second to look at it. Okay, Mr. Henderson. Ms. Woods, any items that you want to pull? Okay. Ms. Rollins, Mr. Bragg, Mr. Wood, and Ms. Keener. Yeah, okay, with that, then the floor is open to approve the consent agenda items.
Move to approve the consent agenda.
We have a motion by Ms. Hunter. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second by Mr. Henderson. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. We are going to take just a minute or two to allow Sharon to pack up her things, and then we will start on reports. So, Ms. I saw those and I. Thank you, Sharon. Thank you. And we will start with board reports. Okay, we're going to start with board reports. Do any board members have anything they want to share this month? I'll start to my left, Kathy. And I apologize, Mr. Bragg and Ms. Keener, I didn't officially, I think yesterday, you kind of joined last month, but didn't officially, probably should have more officially welcomed you all this morning before our audience. But we're glad to have you on the board, glad to put you hard to work right away, and appreciate your service to our board. Any other updates, Mr. Henderson?
Yeah, yesterday, Wednesday evening and yesterday, I had the privilege of attending a innovation workforce and research conference at the Embassy Suites. And part of that conference, they had a section where education and workforce got the opportunity to speak. Dr. Tina Moore did a phenomenal job. And one of the questions that came up that she asked about, she asked the team if they knew what the R in learn meant. And afterwards, she gave me an opportunity to talk about career readiness. Really good conference, a lot of interaction, a lot of engagement. So very pleased that I had the opportunity to participate in that and also interact with Dr. Moore.
Awesome. That's great, Ms. Woods. Great, then we will move along to our report by our wonderful teacher of the year, Ms. Wong.
Would you all like for me to go to the podium?
Whatever you prefer.
Do you want to vote on me going to the podium or not? I mean, well, I can do it from here. I have it pulled
See you.
So for my board report, for this month, I decided to do it as a newsletter in traditional teacher style. So instead of a PowerPoint, I kind of like this format. So in the top right-hand corner, there is a picture of myself with the 2024 Arkansas Teacher of the Year regional finalist and semifinalist, because on Saturday, August 26th, the Arkansas Department of Education and the Arkansas Travelers sponsored Teacher Appreciation Night. And so they were recognized in a pregame ceremony, and as the 2023 Arkansas Teacher of the Year, I was able to throw out the first pitch. So, a successful one, might I add. And in the top left corner there, over the past few weeks, I've been able to unite with some of my A-Toy family, and their support has been invaluable to me over the course of my journey. And during different occasions, I was able to meet up with them, and we were kind of able to connect. So top right hand is Jessica, then Susanna, Stacy, and Randy. I was actually able to visit her classroom. So it was a lot of fun because kindergarten teachers would get into heaven first. All right. And in the bottom right-hand corner, that is my picture for social media that First Lady Jill Biden, Dr. Jill Biden, asked for State Teachers of the Year to promote back to school. And they sent us from the White House those little templates, like you say, hey, it's my first day of school. And during the first 8 days of school, I was actually able to visit 20 schools in Central Arkansas. So during this time, I was able to celebrate teachers, staff, and administrators for their service to education, and just welcome them back to campus and encourage to set themselves up for a successful school year. So we go to page 2, you can see all of the people that I was able to meet with and visit their schools, and they allowed me to come in and tour the building, and I got to go in classrooms, and on several occasions, I saw former students of mine, and so that was really, really great that I was able to see some of my former babies. And on page 3, the 2024 Arkansas Teacher of the Year site visits occurred already, and so we have 4 phenomenal educators. Nicole Franklin is there from Fort Smith, Jeremy Kennedy, Greenbrier, Bo McCaslin, DeQueen, and Cassidy Schneider, Bryant. And we were able to go and see them in their element. And in the bottom left-hand corner, I was invited to share my journey into teaching and some words of encouragement to pre-service teachers enrolled at the University of Arkansas Pine Bluff's School of Education. So I was able to speak at their open house on Friday, August 18th. And this opportunity afforded students the chance to ask questions and connect with community partners, because that was a requirement that their students had to, if they were in the education program, they had to attend open house and make some valuable connections. So I was able to meet with some pre-service teachers. They're going to be graduating soon and entering the teaching field. So I was very excited about that. So these are kind of my adventures for the past month.
That's awesome. It's awesome, the role that you have, both for us and for the whole state, and that you get to go out there and celebrate teachers and celebrate the hard work you're doing. So thank you for sharing that with us. We look forward to hearing about more.
For allowing me to share.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate that.
I guess we'll move on to the secretary. Is that right? Yeah.
So first want to start by thanking the board for, I think it was a very productive day yesterday, as we've welcomed in some new board members formally to attend in person to our educational family here, and start with kind of formalizing new board member orientation and workshop format, and then being able to have the business meeting the following day. I think this kind of rhythm is going to help us be more informed about the decisions that we're going to make. So I appreciate everybody even touring some classrooms with us this morning. It's important for us to remember what it's like to be in schools and see students and be engaged in that process, and for all the work. And it's just great to be here in Pine Bluff and be a part of this journey that this community, we heard it pretty clearly that the community is going through a transition, and to be able to be a part of that is something that I think is profound and historic. And I told Dr. Rice to not watch his superstitious gray shirt, because it's still undefeated. So we're pretty excited for him on that as well. But what I'd like to do today for the update, if it serves at the will of the board, is to do a little bit deeper dive on LEARNs and where we are with the different components, and what's the progress of the work groups, and we talked a little bit yesterday at the board workshop about the number of rules that our board is going to be engaged in, and we look forward to having more workshops along the way to make sure that everybody's informed of the progress that we're making and understand where we are and what we're engaged in and how the process came about, because it's important to us to be transparent and make sure we get stakeholder input. So I appreciate Mr. Board Member Henderson talking about the R and learns, because we're going to go through each of them, and I don't know if I should give a quiz to everybody. It makes me wonder if everybody can tell us what each letter stands for. But if you remember, learns is really it's a bold vision, it's a blueprint, it's setting forth the expectation that all students can learn, and that we can be successful in supporting schools and school districts to put the systems and conditions in place to rise in education and see better student outcomes. And to be engaged in this work is something I know I'm excited about. I think everybody on this board is excited about, and school districts are excited about it. And when Learns was signed into action and came across the finish line, we made a commitment to school districts and education co-ops to be a supportive part of this educational journey and process. So as we're continuing to do that, we're really excited to make sure that we're hitting on part of the vision and the goal. And I like to say it covers everything from cradle to career. And we're aligning and reimagining everything from early learning to choice opportunities in K-12 for families and students, and then transitioning into post-secondary outcomes and setting students up to be successful in life. So on the next slide, you see just kind of some bullets about just when we talk about this bold, monumental initiative. I think it's probably one of the largest comprehensive educational policies to overhaul student education and opportunity that you're going to see anywhere across the nation. It's also really, I talked about the early literacy, reimagining that, but then really addressing literacy rates and looking at what can we do to help make sure we move the metrics on ensuring that students come to school ready for kindergarten, and then looking at that benchmark that we know is pretty pivotal is the third grade students reading at or above grade level, and we know if we can move that needle, we're going to see better outcomes, and then we're setting up students to be successful on their path and their journey. So what I'd like to remind everybody is that we created a Learns portal, so you can see on the next slide that there's a Learns portal, and it's kind of hard to read the little tabs that are across the top, but as we do an update on the work groups, it's important to note that one of those tabs up there is work groups, and you can go on that work groups tab and see all the progress that are happening with each and every single one of them. In fact, on the next slide, it goes a little bit deeper and starts to explain what the different work groups are. So when we made the commitment to get relevant stakeholder feedback in a transparent manner, we developed 6 kind of work groups and identified some themes of what's kind of some of the work, how do we engage the right stakeholders to look at making recommendations that we would bring to the board. So you can see those 6 work groups have been clearly established, but then even inside of each work group, there are subgroups within the work groups that are working even more laser-like specific. So if you look at the career readiness side, even though we have folks that are working kind of on that theme, there's specific folks that are working on the career diploma, there's folks that are looking at career ready pathways, and then there's folks working on early career exposure. So within the career readiness work group, there's 34 people that represent all regions of the state and all different levels of institutions and industry to be engaged in that. The largest work group you can see is teaching and learning, and they're really looking at accountability and assessment and literacy, and you can see there's 72 people that are working on that. So as the work groups are going through and making recommendations, we want to be clear and transparent about what they're working on. So if you go into those meeting and work group tabs, you can get to a point, and on the next slide you can see an actual example of what you would find within those resources to find out what the work groups are working on, and because we welcome feedback, we want to get it right. We want to implement these initiatives with fidelity. So that's an example right there of the early learning work group that's looking at how we're going to reimagine early learning. So you can see on each of those dates they've had 6 meetings, and depending on the meeting and what was shared and what was worked on, all those little tabs, those different color tabs, represent files, represents agendas, represents minutes, and the ones that were recorded, you can actually go to the link and watch the meeting. And because some of the ones that were in Zoom, we recorded and actually put the meetings on there. So anybody can go on there. It's easy to find and get up to date. So far, amongst all the different work groups collectively, we've had 36 meetings between all the work groups that are really helping us make some good informed decisions around how we're going to implement policy with fidelity. So what I like to do is just kind of highlight a little bit of where each of the progress is for the different work groups. So the first one we're going to talk about is teaching and learning. And within that teaching and learning, I think probably the biggest one that comes to mind is what is some of the work that we're doing with literacy, and what is some of the work that work group's working on. And one of the things that we're pretty excited about is getting across the finish line some of this work in early literacy screeners, getting literacy coaches into schools, and then working with districts on reading plans. So you can see on the next slide that currently we've already established and hired 78 literacy coaches that are supporting 190 schools that have a D or an F letter grade. They've been identified, they've made connections with the school districts. In fact, they were in schools on day one, helping support the districts and the administrators and teachers with using evidence-based approaches to improve literacy. So collectively, they're going to have an impact of working with about 4,000 different teachers statewide already. We've already implemented this, and we're acting with urgency, focusing really on those primary literacy years. Additionally, part of Learns has an opportunity where parents of struggling readers can obtain a literacy, as part of our literacy tutoring grant program, up to $500 if they identify that they need tutoring that might need to go above and beyond outside the normal school day to get some explicit support. And our timeline has us informing parents of who's eligible to receive those dollars as early as October 1st. So we're going to make sure that we get this program rolled out and make sure that parents have access to the resources they need to build those foundational years. We also have a high impact tutoring grant that went out. We put out a call for proposals for interested providers that want to work with districts, and we feel pretty good. And by the middle of October, we'll be able to have the grant released to school districts where they can identify high impact tutoring partners to work with the school districts to support, and it can be beyond literacy. It also deals with numeracy or any other academic areas to make sure that students are getting additional support and where they need. As you remember, we've taken pretty good action earlier in the calendar year for updating our literacy standards to make sure that they're embedded in line with the science of reading. So we've been spending all summer training and working with school districts for implementation, and these are standards that we're using in our classrooms now, and we are updating our assessment. That's some of what the assessment folks are working on to make sure that the test items reflect those standards, and that'll be the assessment that'll be used in our schools here in the spring of '24. So I talked about kind of in that teaching and learning component, there's a literacy group, but then there's also the assessment and accountability group who has been working on that, and they're working on supporting districts with the Atlas rollout. We actually just earlier this week put out a request for proposals on a K-3 literacy screener. So one of the goals of Learns and our agency to help support this is to have a unified coordinated progress monitoring system so that we can help support districts and get the snapshot on time and give information back to teachers more frequently so that they can make instructional pivots throughout the school year. And we don't have that in place currently as a state, but we're in the process of procuring that. So that'll be in our classrooms for the 24-25 school year. And even some of the good work with LEARNs and things that sometimes we don't talk about when we look at the accountability part. But we've also been asked at looking at how do we report information back to parents? Is it user friendly? Is it parent friendly? Is it written in language that people can read and understand? So the work groups are really rolling up their sleeves and looking at how other states report information. And we talk about having standards that are easy to understand and clear and concise language that a teacher, student, and parent can read it. Well, we also want to make sure our assessment reports say the same thing, because we can have wonderful data, and if it comes back in a format that's hard to disaggregate, then it may not provide the value that we hope and want to make sure that we're able to use. And then next section I want to talk about is kind of some of the work in the early learning. And you can see on the next slide that one of the visions behind the work in early learning, and I think we can all collectively agree that there's no better investment than we can make in supporting students and families and building those foundational literacies that looks at what kindergarten readiness is, and make sure that every child and family that wants access to high quality child care or high quality early learning device has that access. And one of the things that we recognized early on, and we were able to address this with LEARNs, is the state had probably about 3 to 5 different early learning programs, and depending on the funding for that program, depending on which agency or which division within an agency oversaw that program, and then everybody had a different definition of what does high quality look like, and what does kindergarten readiness look like, and what does the early learning scape look like. So we've been tasked with streamlining the early learning process and looking at how we can make sure that when we define high quality early learning environments, that we have one vision and one consistent definition. So on the next slide, you'll see we've made a lot of great stride in this space, and even as of August 1st, we've transferred 250 state employees from the Department of Human Services to the Department of Education, so that everybody's working under one agency, and making sure that we're able to minimize any inefficiencies or identify inefficiencies so that we can support students or children and families. We also put out on the 25th of August requests for applications to be a local lead. So this will be something that's new to the state of Arkansas, where we've asked different providers or universities or colleges, it could be a school district, anybody that's interested in leading early learning work within a region that knows the neighborhoods, that knows the community, that has a demonstrated track record of working in this space. They have an opportunity to apply and be vetted to become a regional lead, and then we would be able to work with them to make sure that we're supporting all of the different providers in childcare and early learning spaces in an efficient manner, and it'll be another resource because a lot of times, even if you're looking at smaller providers or mom and pop type providers, they don't have access to a network of professional development, of resources, of support, and we're going to start establishing that network statewide to make sure that we have a presence and we're able to provide a great layer of support. We're also kind of looking at what we ask of providers is in regard to licensing and how we rate providers, and do we have duplicated licenses. I think we even heard yesterday at our workshop where sometimes even to be an educator in early learning, they have to do 2 different background checks and 2 different fingerprinting, and there's 2 different licensures, and a lot of times the educator has to pay for that screening and background multiple times to get the same information. So we're identifying some of that burdensome over requirement and make sure that we're able to streamline that. And get that all into a cohesive space. So when we look at specifically what the work groups are working on now, they're doing that examination of what is it that's licensing. One of the great things that I think we've been tasked to do in rules is to define kindergarten readiness, and that sounds like something you wouldn't think would be nuanced or complicated, but there's a lot of different theories, a lot of good research, and a lot of wonderful ideas in that space. So they're going through that, and then even looking at what are some of the indicators and tools that we can maybe leverage at the state level to provide professional development support for all of our providers. So that work group is moving and ongoing, and we're pretty excited about it. The next area of learns that we want to talk about, one of the work groups that has been identified is called Power Empowerment. And one of the biggest pieces I think we've seen a lot of action around already is in kind of the school choice components, because we knew we had to get some things done this summer to be up in place for the school year to start. And when we talk about school choice and what the work groups are working on is looking at how can we as an agency expand high quality public school options. And we've been tasked with reviewing and revising charter policies to see if there's better ways that we can make sure that there are high quality options for students in the state, and then establishing the educational freedom accounts for students that are participating in that program. So on the next slide, you can see that we've now officially formally established a school choice parent empowerment office. That was not an office within our division previously, but as we're engaging this work, we know we need to kind of formalize and reprioritize maybe some staff or job descriptions or different projects that were happening in maybe different divisions throughout this agency. We've created kind of a new division so that we can streamline and have under one spot all the parent choice options that include the scholarship programs, the charter programs, homeschool office, the virtual office. Everybody may have already been working in this space, but they all reported to different people. So now we're able to establish one space that can help lead this work. And to date, and we've on our portal put really good updates. They've done a good job of updating all of the, like when we talk about the scholarship program, all the private schools that have applied and have been approved. And as of August 1st, we had almost 5,000 students enrolled in the education freedom accounts that are benefiting from these choice options and empowering parents for this school year. You're all aware that the program's being phased in, and there are certain criteria that had to be met for year one, and the criteria changes a little bit for year two, and then it changes a little bit more for year three. So we were able to do some emergency rules to get up the program to make sure it was eligible and in place for the school year. So we'll be bringing the year one rules that aren't the emergency rules, more solidified rules to the board, probably at the upcoming meeting to codify that for the school year, and then it'll keep coming back as the different cohorts change to be updated. So we're really grateful for the work group and the practitioners for providing wonderful feedback and ideas and helping us make sure that we get this right. The work group's also going through kind of the charter school application process and really doing a deep dive into what do we ask for people that want to be a charter school now, and are we asking the right questions? Are there better questions? What do other states ask? How do we make sure that when we bring a recommendation to the charter authorizing panel or even to the state board that we know they're high quality choice? And I always like to emphasize that we don't want to just have choice to have choice. We want to have high quality choice programs, and when we do that, how do we make sure that we're bringing experts to make sure when they do come that students are afforded every opportunity to excel. We've also, through Learns and in the Choice Office, worked on those transformation contracts that are now available to school districts. So throughout the school year, that's another option for districts to look at bringing in additional layers of support that they may want to bring into their schools to support learning. There's a lot of work happening in the educator workforce work group, which kind of goes into the next spot. I know probably the biggest thing that we talked a lot about was the teacher salary allocation and making sure that we were able to work with districts for implementing a base teacher salary allocation that moved us from 40, I think it was 48th in the nation to the top 5 in starting teacher salary, which is something I think is remarkable. Anytime we can invest in teachers and leaders, we know that that's a strong investment. We know the greatest impact on student learning is the teacher standing in front of them each and every single day. So when we can recruit, recognize and retain the high quality talent that's out there amongst the state, and maybe even incentivize people from other states and other communities to come to this great state of Arkansas, then that's a win. And starting salary has a big part to do that. So the work group's been working with school districts on making sure we can get that across the finish line, but then also there was a part in the Learns bill with establishing the Merit Teacher Incentive Fund, where we can recognize teachers with evidence of impact on students, and they have an opportunity to earn up to a $10,000 bonus. So they're going through the different criteria and recommendations on how to establish a program that takes in multiple different variables and make sure that every educator has an opportunity to apply and be a part of that. So they're getting to a point where I think that's going to be coming to our board here pretty soon with some recommendations to codify that process so that we can start moving forward in allocating these dollars. We also recently put out some, or actually we're in the process of putting out, I don't think we've gotten it out, but we're almost at the point where we're going to put out the process for districts to participate in the cost match sharing for paid maternity leave, where the state and the school district could provide up to 12 weeks of paid maternity leave for and it's not even, it's on the slide for teachers, but it's going to be eligible for anybody that works in the schools. So it includes bus drivers and food service workers and maintenance folks. It'll be anybody that works in education that meets that qualification. And then we talked a little bit about educational pathways and licensing, but the teacher residency program is something that the work groups are working on establishing that criteria. And then also we have the ability for loan forgiveness. The Learns bill doubled the amount of dollars that teachers can apply for student loan forgiveness throughout the state, which will have an impact. Some bullet points of kind of some of the highlights that we've said that are in place, in the process of being in place. We know that's going to get across the finish line and coming to the board here to you pretty soon. Another group that's on there is the Career Pathways Work Group, and they've been meeting and doing a lot of work. And when we look at kind of career readiness, and one of the things that I get really excited about with Learns is the ability to establish a career high school diploma is something that we don't have, and I don't think we may be one of the only states that are really moving forward and elevating and recognizing this opportunity for students. Is we know the reality is not every student is on path to go straight to university or college, and when we create systems that define student success, there needs to be multiple exit ramps and on ramps so that people can continue their learning and be successful. And we know that step one towards being successful starts with earning a high school diploma. So as students are earning a high school diploma, if they have opportunities to earn credentials of value or industry certifications or stackable credentials, do we have those pathways to set students up for success? And then if a student wants to take some of the credit and hard work that they've earned in high school and apply that to a post-secondary institution or enter the workforce right away or enter the military or start their own business, we want to make sure they're set up to do what they need to do to reach their goals. But we want to make sure that this high school diploma could then translate and articulate to higher ed institutions where students would get recognized for the work and industry certifications that they've earned while they're in high school. So the work group's really rolling up their sleeves and looking at how do we expand middle grades exploration? How do we make sure that programs that are in high school lead to an industry certification so that they can be a program completer and doing a complete audit on the state. And one of the things that I think was is very helpful to help us facilitate this work is Governor Sanders establishing kind of a workforce cabinet where we have different secretaries from different state agencies. We meet at least once a month to talk about how are we making sure our systems are aligned and that we're all not working on our own little initiatives and silos. And we're pretty excited to be a part of that work and work directly with the Office of Skills Development, work directly with our higher education partners, work directly with the commerce folks and articulate a statewide vision and plan. So we're going to continue to be engaged in that, and there'll be some recommendations based on the workforce cabinet research that'll articulate directly into supporting students and learning. So on the next slide, you can see the work group specifically is doing an audit on all the career pathways and looking at how do we have some definitions of determining which pathway would be a high skill, high wage pathway, and what those recommendations would look like. We've also recently, part of this work group was working with us on defining how to meet the community service learning eligibility requirements. We know that when students are connected to their communities, they tend to do better overall in school and in life, and we were able to get some guidance out to school districts, and so that we can support that initiative. And in fact, many school districts have already shared with us some wonderful opportunities that we're working on capturing and sharing on social media as well. And as we go through this kind of career readiness work group in these pathways, we're doing I think we're doing a really good job making sure that we're engaging stakeholders and actually making sure that business leaders and industry leaders have a seat at the table so we can hear directly from them what it is that they're looking for in our talented students. Two other kind of parts of LEARNs, because I shouldn't maybe give you a test to see which letters we covered, but one that I know when I say is our number one priority is the safety part of LEARNs. The S is safety, and our Safe Schools folks have put together the work groups, and they're doing a really deep dive in some of the school safety audit reports that we've received as a state to see what are good best practices. We actually were able to do some work with the legislature, and the governor signed into law yesterday some cleaner definitions that would require exterior doors to be locked at all times. So that's now codified in law. And so when we talk about how do we move best practices into policy that keeps our campuses safer, we're seeing some of that work come to fruition. We're also working with school districts for implementing school safety grants. We had an allocation that we received from the legislature this previous session, and a lot of the districts are using those dollars for hardening of facilities, looking at single point of access, fencing, camera systems, radio systems. We saw some evidence of that today, even in the schools that we visited, and kind of what can we do to make our schools safer from a threat mitigation component, but the school districts also, the work groups also looking at how schools can help support students from the mental health side of things. And we're reviewing what does it mean to have everybody trained in youth mental health awareness, and how do we recognize signs and systems in students, and make sure that everybody's trained to know what to do and how to respond. So they're working hard with some of our partners like CGI and emergency management to look at best practices and provide that guidance to schools. And then the little N in LEARNs that doesn't seem to get a lot of conversation. I should quiz the board to see if they're paying attention, to see if anybody knows what the N stands for. Network. I think, okay, good. You're still with me. Is networking. And in fact, I was talking to our tech folks this morning, and in the tech world, and I'm probably the wrong person to explain this, but they feel pretty confident by December every school will be at 2 megabytes per second with connectivity to the internet. The statewide average was before LEARNS was 1, so we're almost doubling kind of those download speeds, and that's pretty significant. So they're continuing to work on that and achieve those milestones, and probably don't get as much credit as they deserve, because we don't spend a lot of time talking about that. So all of the work groups are collectively working, and together as we build out this system, we really want to articulate some of the work that we're doing, because all these changes are really for our students, families, our school districts, our teachers, our leaders. And I always talk about educational family to be successful. And to date, we've already accomplished a lot of amazing work as an agency, and I couldn't be more proud to work with the team that I have and everybody at the department that's so committed to helping us achieve these milestones. But I want to kind of just put, just so you know, on the next slide, I have just kind of where we are with the fall of 23 and the winter of 23 and the spring of 24 and the summer of 24. And it's kind of hard to read on there, and I'll make sure you get a copy of this PowerPoint. But coming up to us here pretty soon in the fall of 23, we're going to have that pilot of the local leads rolling out in the early childhood space, and looking at defining what does a high quality learning environment look like, what does good professional development look like, how do we evaluate early learning providers, and is there a way to reimagine that a little bit. And the second bullet, I have kind of an accountability and assessment deep dive. So yesterday I told, when we worked in the workshop, I told the board that we want to just kind of take each month and look at a division and really go deeper in understanding what that division does. So yesterday we looked at teacher licensure and effectiveness and some of the things that we're working on there. So for October, if it's okay with the board, I think it'd be fitting to do a deep dive on what is in our accountability system, what is the new assessments going to look like from the Unified Coordinated Progress Monitoring, what is the Atlas assessment going to do. And typically around mid-September to early October is when school grades get released, so it'll be a good time to do an update on the state of the state with school grades. And then if we're going to make some decisions around assessments and accountability, get some feedback from the board so that the timing lands up in the right manner, because we're doing a new assessment in the spring, which means we're going to go through a standard setting process. We're going to identify what achievement levels are, and we need to share with the board how that process is going to be played out, because it's very prescriptive. And if we're going to make some changes to accountability and how we grade schools, what are the kind of things that we want to look at? Because if we're going to update the system, this is the perfect time to do it so that everything's in place by September. So next month, we want to do a deeper dive on some of that work. We'll also be bringing some recommendations to, when we talk about the charter policy revisions and updates and the applications, that the work group's getting to a good landing spot on that, and making sure that we get the literacy tutoring grants. Our hope is by October, first week of October, to get that out so that we can support families and students. By this winter, we want to do a review or be able to report back to the board on what the work group's finding in the early childhood licensing policies, and start working on that kindergarten readiness definition so that we can start supporting our providers out there in our school districts on how we're going to define kindergarten ready. Year 2 of our educational freedom accounts, well, those rules will have to be updated, so we want to start putting that into place. And then one thing that we didn't really talk about, but we have a group of folks working on, is the Innovative Transportation Grant. And that's there are some dollars set aside in LEARNS to put out to districts on how they can be more creative and look for maybe some more efficient ways to transport students. If you've ever worked in a school district or in transportation and built bus routes and maintained school buses, you learn really quick that I think the average school bus gets about 6 miles a gallon, and diesel price hasn't gone down in a while. So at any time you have impacts like that, well, and we even heard today that they ordered 10 air-conditioned buses. So I want to say, that drops it down to like 4 miles a gallon. So not that I used to be a superintendent and monitor these things, but I know this stuff to be true. So are there more innovative ways to look at how we route buses? And we actually have some school districts here that the team has visited that are doing some pretty innovative approaches to this, and have found some technologies to really inform parents on what's happening with buses. And I just think there's a lot of opportunity there, and some of these districts have where parents can download apps and track their bus in real time and know if their kid missed the bus, if they made it up, or if the bus hasn't come yet, and just be better informed, and it's pretty neat. So we're excited to roll that pilot out. And then in the spring, I told you we just put out the request for the universal K-3 literacy screener. So we're hoping to have a response to that and be able to, by the end of this school calendar year, do some pilots to start vetting the quality and alignment for what we want to see in our classrooms. And then start bringing in some of the ideas around the different pathways and what that policy looks like. And when we talk about literacy, there's some recommendations that we'd have to adopt for policy of screening for struggle leaders, for readers, and when they get to 3rd grade and beyond, to make sure that as they go beyond those grades, if they need intervention and a strong literacy plan, that we're being laser-like and focused on supporting those students. And then by the summer, we'll be ready to see if, after we've piloted a few things in early learning, to see if there's any kind of full revisions that we want to make to policy in early childhood education, and then that definition of readiness and how do we hold early learning providers accountable to make sure they're of value and of high quality. So that was a lot, I think, to cover a little bit, but I think the most important things that we want to share and make sure the public knows is that we've been very clear and transparent throughout this process to make sure that every voice is heard, because when we get a recommendation that we want to bring to this board, we want to know that we've looked at it from every angle. And the Regent and the technology team that's established that Learns portal puts updates on that portal almost daily. So make sure that you go on there and you can see everything that the work groups are working on. So I'll pause there.
Awesome. Questions of board members? Mr. Brad?
Where are all the literacy coaches coming from? What were they doing before they were in these positions?
So I think if you were to kind of generalize where did they come from, the easy answer would probably say everywhere, all different spaces. Half of them currently may have worked in some of the educational cooperatives as literacy experts. So when we put out the application, we wanted to make sure that we were getting trained and skilled professionals that understand the science of reading, but also know how to lead professional learning in the science of reading. So we've identified about half of them were already working in this work, but they worked under different people. So now they're working under our agency. Some people may have come from schools. We've had some people come from out of state. We've had some people that were professors that now came and joined this work to lead professional learning. So they may be career changers as well. And as I said, they've been in schools on day one. And in fact, we had probably a couple of weeks ago, we had where we're starting to do our deeper formal professional development with those coaches. They were at Arch Ford for about 3 days to do a kickoff, and they're engaging in a year-long professional development series on how to coach, as well as doing some very deep dive in science of reading training to make sure that their knowledge and skill set is where it needs to be, so that they can help support and lead this effort.
Who actually is writing the rules?
So we're working with the work groups to look at draft recommendations, but then those recommendations would come to our staff to review, and of course we have legal folks always go through it and make sure that we're following everything to law, and then we would present the draft rules to the board.
So the
Ultimately.
first draft comes from the work group.
Yeah, they're working on the initial drafts, and our folks are working with them, and we want to make sure we're reflective of those feedback, and then even when those rules come to the board, they'll be put up for public comment, and we're always willing to take comment and listen to all voices, and then ultimately we come to the board for final approval.
Got to follow up on rules.
Sure.
A month or two ago, we approved the emergency rules for the education freedom accounts. Will we, in the presentation there, it said year 2 rules. Is that our next work on the rules for the education freedom accounts that would become more permanent rules? Is that what that was referencing?
So close. So we have the emergency rules, and those, and I'm looking at Andres, I think we have 90 days from when those rules went into place to codify something more formal. So this board will get an updated version of those rules probably at the next board meeting. Maybe you say back and forth. So if not, then October, probably the November board meeting for year 1 to make sure that those provisions are in place. Year 2, if you remember, year 1, you were attending an F school, first time to kindergartner, active military personnel. Year 2 goes to a DNF school. It would be kindergarten and first grade. It also includes first responders. That rule that you'll adopt formally, probably let's say November, would be updated to include the different levels of cohort, and then it'll come back probably the following year to update cohort number 3.
Sure, okay.
Yeah.
Other set of rules we approved were the school safety rules. We approved them for release for public comment. What's the status on those?
So those went out, and we got feedback, and I believe they went through the legislature, and it's one of those things, as you go through the rules process, if there's substantive feedback and not technical feedback, the substantive feedback would have to go back out for public comment. And I believe, I'm looking at Courtney and Andres, I believe that's where we are, is we're going to re-release those rules for more feedback, and then we'll be able to bring those back to the board.
So, I can project if you need me to. We're currently in public comment period.
Right.
We have a public comment hearing, I believe, next week on those specific rules. Once we collect all of the public comments, we'll review them, see if we can amend the rules. And then at that point, if we don't have to amend them substantively, we would present it to you for final approval. If we have to make substantive changes, we would have to start the process over.
Right.
And go back to the governor's office, then present them to you again for a second round of public comment. And then hopefully at that point, for sure, we would talk about it. That's where we're at with specific.
Sure. If we have thoughts about amendments to those school safety rules, is it more efficient for us to wait on them to come back to us, or would you prefer we comment on it during the public comment time?
Yeah, I would encourage anybody that has feedback to provide comment during public comments. If you have, it's kind of interesting as a board, because you have thoughts and opinions too, because ultimately as a board, you'll have different opportunities to provide feedback, but the sooner we get feedback, the better, and I think that helps inform the process and moves the process along so that we can get it codified.
Right.
I have a question circling back to EFA accounts. From a practical standpoint, have we followed up with any of these schools that have applied and gotten them? Like, is it going well? Is it a mess? Do we know?
Well,
I'm just curious.
I have a little feedback from the parent standpoint.
Sure.
I was actually waiting to say this, and I don't know who to direct this to, but it has been an overwhelmingly positive response to the process from parents to get the doctor's note or to get the, the documentation necessary and to go through the application process and to get the funds and the class wallet. I know there was a delay in the class wallet a little bit, had to wait till August 1st, but the overwhelming majority of people that I spoke to said, that was really easy. And I think that it was just made so accessible to so many people, and so I just wanted to pass that along, because it was great.
Yeah, so I think most of us have met Dr. Smith, Earl Smith, who's leading this work. I would say he's on the phone with schools every day, multiple times a day. And
Problem shooting?
well, both. I mean, just getting feedback. When you roll out a new program, I mean, there's nuances that come up along the way, or things that may have been in a blind spot. I think to Member Keener's point is overwhelmingly we've gotten really positive feedback, but we've definitely learned some things that I would even say from the emergency rules on the scholarship side, that there's going to be some changes when we get these coming up, because now that we're doing it, there's a couple things that we need to make sure we get it right. But
That's why we started at 1.5%.
right, and the schools have been very responsive, and they want to get it right too. So they understand that we're building something new, and there's some nuances and flexibility, and parents have been wonderful throughout the process, and the team is really coming together, and we're learning too as we support this program what we need to do to make adjustments. So I commend Dr. Smith and his team, because they are on top of it, and if we hear of anything, they're on top of it that same day.
I will echo what Lee said. All of my friends that have utilized it say it's the easiest process. So I just didn't know if on the other side it was as seamless, but it's awesome.
More questions? Ms. Keener, Ms. Hendricks?
So, the work groups, so are they public meetings, or, I mean, like, anybody can come, or the transparency, is that through the website, or how does that work?
Yeah. So we notice those meetings. They're public meetings. A lot of them are online, which is why you'll see the recorded video, or because it was a Zoom link, which people could log in and listen to it. They can't participate in the meeting, but they can view it. And then if it was a Zoom, we archive it. Some of them have met face to face, like if they're going to do a deep dive, they'll meet sometimes at the department or different regions, and those typically aren't streamed, but they're noticed. So if anybody wanted to be an observer, they could.
I had a follow-up question. Was the $10,000, I think it was the teacher incentive program, is that per school or per district, or what was the around those? Can you explain that a little bit?
So that's one of the rules that the work group's working on, is coming up with a definition of a teacher that has demonstrated impact. So if you're a teacher that has a test score, sometimes it's easier to say, oh, well, you taught 7th grade reading and your students all were above grade level, you had a great impact. But how do you provide that same opportunity for a teacher that, I don't know, maybe teaches art or band? They can have an impact on learning, and how do you measure that through deliberate process or progress? Because the goal is for every teacher that is having an impact to students to be recognized, and that's what we want to do. So the work group's looking at some solutions to how we're going to do that, and then once the process gets finalized, and we'll share that with the board, then teachers will be able to apply and say, I qualify this, and then they'll be able to earn some funds through a bonus.
Teachers, maybe?
I think
Or is it only self-led and applying for it?
I don't know if that's been determined yet, but I would imagine that it's not going to be a nomination process, that the teacher, would have to be able to apply and demonstrate their evidence, or and make sure that they've met the criteria that gets established. I would encourage you to nominate your peers that are having an impact to apply.
Well, I just meant, like, if a principal noticed that a teacher was really just excelling, but that teacher hadn't applied, I didn't know if he or she could take it upon themselves to nominate that teacher, or is it just going to be more of I encourage you to apply because you seem to be exceeding.
That's what I would imagine, but we're going through that process. I think we're flexible and open. We want to recognize as many educators who are having an impact that we can, and the more we can do that, the better it is.
More questions from board members?
I just have a comment about the community service. So I sit on a board up in Northwest Arkansas for a nonprofit, And then also at my church, we have had kids that were already serving and new kids start showing up, just being like, hey, I'm here to get my community service hours. And it has been overwhelmingly well received up in Northwest Arkansas. So I just wanted to give a shout out for that.
That's great. And any more questions, board members? I did want to bring in, as we talk about learn, something that I kept thinking about yesterday, is that as we see the salary increase, I expect the numbers, the workforce data to have changed for educators, and talking about vacancies and sort of issues across the state. In that conversation yesterday, talking about salaries, is that something that maybe at the end of the year y'all could bring back and give us a report on and what that looks like?
Yeah, I know anecdotally, I talk to superintendents all the time and ask them, especially like some of our school districts that neighbor other states, are they seeing other teachers that maybe in other states come over to the border? And they've said yeah. And I even talked to one superintendent the other day that said they got a new math teacher because of the starting salary, and it was somebody that worked at a bank and was like, I can take what I've applied in my skills in banking and be a math teacher now that there's a competitive salary, and made a career change. And I think you're hearing more and more stories like that in the positive, and I think that's a great question, because as the school districts have their own flexibility to determine salary schedules, they're learning too, and we're learning in how we support them. So I think we would definitely welcome that. It's very, very warranted.
Awesome. Well, with that, any more questions or comments? I think I did not earlier thank Arkansas PBS for being here, getting our live stream and doing a lot of hard work, I know, moving down here. So we appreciate you all doing that, and the department being here.
Well,
Anything else?
The convention folks.
And absolutely the convention center.
Above and beyond.
We appreciate that, absolutely. Well, with that, then we will adjourn our meeting. Thank you so much for being here today. Yeah, is there a motion?
Oh, I was told by Mr. Sutton I get to do this. So
okay.
Move to adjourn, and that you will
There's a
second
motion
it.
to adjourn. All in favor?
I mean, that's what it was.
Motion adjourned. Meeting adjourned.